Chapter 22 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Pearl Maiden by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 22. The Triumph. Another week went by, and the eve of the triumph was at hand. On the afternoon before the great day, sewing women had come to the house of Gallus, bringing with them the robe that Miriam must wear, as had been promised. It was splendid of white silk, covered with silver discs, and having the picture of the gay Nicanor fashioned on the breast, but cut so low that it shamed Miriam to put it on. "It is naught," said Julia. "The designer has made it thus that the multitude may see those pearls from which you take your name." But to herself she thought, "O monstrous age and monstrous man, whose eyes can delight in the disgrace of a poor, unfriended maiden? Surely the cup of iniquity of my people is full, and they shall drink it to the dregs." That same afternoon also came an assistant of the officer who was called the marshal, with orders to Gallus as to when and where he was to deliver over his charge upon the morrow. With him he brought a packet which, when opened, proved to contain a splendid golden girdle, fashioned to the likeness of a fetter. The glass was an amethyst, and round it were cut these words: "The gift of Domitian to her who tomorrow shall be his." Miriam threw the thing from her as though it were a snake. "I will not wear it," she said. "I say that I will not wear it. At least today I am my own," while Julia groaned and Gallus cursed beneath his breath. Knowing her sore plight that evening, there came to visit her one of the elders of the Christian church in Rome, the bishop named CYRIL, who had been the friend and discipline of the apostle Peter. To him the poor girl poured out all the agony of her heart. "Oh, my father in Christ," she said, "I swear to you that were I not of our holy faith, rather than endure this shame, I would slay myself tonight. Other dangers have I passed, but they have been of the body alone, whereas this, pity me and tell me, you in whose ear God speaks, tell me, what must I do?" "Daughter," answered the grave and gentle man, "you must trust in God. Did He not save you in the house of Tyre? Did He not save you in the streets of Jerusalem? Did He not save you on the gate Nicanor?" "He did," answered Miriam. "Aye, daughter, and so shall He save you in the slave market of Rome. I have a message for your ear, and it is that no shame shall come near to you. Tread your path, drink your cup, and fear nothing, for the Lord shall send His angel to protect you until such time as it pleases Him to take you to Himself." Miriam looked at him, and as she looked, peace fell upon her soul and shone in her soft eyes. "I hear the word of the Lord spoken through the mouth of His messenger," she said, "and henceforth I will strive to fear nothing, no, not even Domitian. Least of all Domitian, daughter, that son of Satan, whom Satan shall pay in his own coin." Then, going to the door, he summoned Julia, and while Gallus watched without, the two of them prayed long and earnestly with Miriam. When their prayer was finished, the bishop rose, blessed her, and bade her farewell. "I leave you, daughter," he said, "but though you see him not, another takes my place. Do you believe?" "I have said that I believe," murmured Miriam. Indeed, in those days, when men still lived who had seen the Christ, and his voice still echoed through the world to the strong faith of his followers, it was not hard to credit that his angel did descend to earth to protect and save at their master's bidding. So Cyril the bishop went, and that night from many a catacomb prayers rose up to heaven for Miriam in her peril. That night also she slept peacefully. 2 hours before the dawn, Julia awoke her and arrayed her in the glittering, hateful garments. When all was ready, with tears she bade her farewell. "Child, child," she said, "you have become to me as my own daughter was, and now I know not how and when we shall meet again." "Perhaps sooner than you think," Miriam answered, "but if not, if, indeed, I speak to you for the last time, why, then my blessings on you who have played a mother's part to a helpless maid that was no kin of yours, yes, and on you, Gallus, also, who have kept me safe through many dangers, and who hopes, dear one, to keep you safe through many more. Since I may not swear by the gods before you, I swear it by the angels that Domitian will do well to have a care how he deals by you. To him I owe no fealty, and as he has been proved before today, the sword of vengeance can reach the heart of princes." "Ay, Gallus," said Miriam gently, "but let it not be your sword, nor I trust shall you need to think of vengeance." Then the litter was brought into the courtyard, with the guards that were sent to accompany it, and they started for the gathering place beyond the triumphal way. Dark though it still was, all Rome was astir. On every side shone torches, from every house and street rose a murmur of voices, for the mighty city made herself ready to celebrate the greatest festival which her inhabitants had seen. Even now at times the press was so dense that the soldiers were obliged to force a way through the crowd, which poured outwards to find good places along the line of the triumph, or to take up their station on stands of timber and in houses they had hired, whose roofs, balconies, and windows commanded the path of the pageant. They crossed the Tiber. This Miriam knew by the roar of the water beneath, and because the crush upon the narrow bridge was so great. Thence she was borne along through country comparatively open to the gateways of some large buildings, where she was ordered to dismount from the litter. Her officers were waiting, who took charge of her, giving to Gallus a written receipt of her person. Then, either because he would not trust himself to bid her farewell, or because he did not think it wise to do so in the presence of the officers, Gallus turned and left her without a word. "Come on, girl," said a man, but the secretary, looking up from his tablets, called to him, "Gently, there with that lot, or you will hear about it. She is Pearl Maiden, the captive who made the quarrel between the Caesars and Domitian, of which all Rome is talking. Gently, I tell you, gently, for many free princesses are worth less today." Hearing this, the man bowed to Miriam almost with reverence, and begged her to follow him to a place that had been set apart for her. She obeyed, passing through a great number of people, of whom all she could see in the gloom of the breaking dawn was that, like herself, they were captives, to a little chamber where she was left alone watching the light grow through the lattice and listening to the hum of voices that rose without, mingled now and again with sobs and wails of grief. Presently the door opened, and a servant entered with bread on a platter and milk in an earthenware vessel. These she took thankfully, knowing that she would need food to support her during the long day, but scarcely had she begun to eat when a slave appeared, clad in the imperial livery, and bearing a tray of luxurious meats served in silver vessels. "Pearl Maiden," he said, "my master Domitian sends you greeting and this present. The vessels are your own and will be kept for you, but he bids me add that tonight he shall sup off dishes of gold." Miriam made no answer, though one rose to her lips, but after the man had departed, with her foot she overset the tray, so that the silver vases fell clattering to the floor, where the savory meats were spilled. Then she went on eating the bread and milk till her hunger was satisfied. Scarcely had she finished her meal when an officer entered the cell and led her out into a great square, where she was marshalled amongst many other prisoners. By now the sun was up, and she saw before her a splendid building, and gathered below the building all the Senate of Rome in their robes, and many knights on horses, and nobles and princes from every country with their retinues. A very wonderful and gallant sight. In front of the building were cloisters, before which were set 2 ivory chairs, while to right and left of these chairs, as far as the eye could reach, were drawn up thousands upon thousands of soldiers. The Senate, the knights and the princes, as she could see from the rising ground whereon she stood, being in front of them and of the chairs. Presently from the cloisters, clad in garments of silk and wearing crowns of laurel, appeared the Caesars, Vespasian and Titus, attended by Domitian and their staffs. As they came, the soldiers saw them and set up a mighty triumphant shout, which sounded like the roar of the sea that endured while the Caesars sat themselves upon their thrones. Up and up went the sound of the continual shouting, till at length Vespasian rose and lifted his hand. Then silence fell, and covering his head with his cloak, he seemed to make some prayer, which after Titus also covered his head with his cloak and offered a prayer. This done, Vespasian addressed the soldiers, marched off to the feast that had been made ready. Now the Caesars vanished, and the officers began to order the great procession, of which Miriam could see neither the beginning nor the end. All she knew was that before her, in lines 8 wide, were marshalled 2,000 or more Jewish prisoners, bound together with ropes, among whom, immediately in front of her, were a few women. Next she came walking by herself, and behind her, also walking by himself, a dark, sullen-looking man, clad in a white robe and a purple cloak, with a gilded chain about his neck. Looking at him, she wondered where she had seen his face, which seemed familiar to her. Then there rose before her mind a vision of the court of the Sanhedrim sitting in the cloisters of the temple, and of herself standing there before them. She remembered that this man was seated next to that Simeon who had been so bitter against her and pronounced upon her the cruel sentence of death. Also that some one in the crowd had addressed him as Simon, the son of Gioras, none other than the savage general whom the Jews had admitted into the city to make way upon the Zealot John of Gischala. From that day to this she had heard nothing of him till now they met again, the judge and the victim, caught in a common net. Presently, in the confusion, they were brought together, and he knew her. "Are you Miriam, the granddaughter of Benoni?" he asked. "I am Miriam," she answered, "whom you, Simon, and your fellows doomed to a cruel death, but who have been preserved to walk in a Roman triumph. Better that you had died, Simon, at your own hands, or at those of the Romans." "That I am about to do," he replied bitterly. "Fear not, woman, you will be avenged." "I ask no vengeance," she answered. "Nay, cruel as you are, I grieve that you, a great captain, should have come to this. I grieve also, maiden. Your grandsire, old Benoni, chose the better part." Then the soldiers separated them, and they spoke no more. An hour passed, and the procession began its march along the triumphal way. Of it Miriam could see little. All she knew was that in front there were ranks of fettered prisoners, while behind men carried upon trays and tables the golden vessels of the temple, the 7-branched candlestick, and the ancient sacred book of the Jewish law. They were followed by other men who bore aloft images of victory in ivory and gold. Then, although these did not join them till they reached the Porta Triumphalis, or the Gate of Pomp, attended each of them by lictors, having their fasces wreathed with laurel, came the Caesars. First went Vespasian, Caesar the father. He rode in a splendid golden chariot, to which were harnessed 4 white horses led by Libyan soldiers. Behind him stood a slave clad in a dull robe, set there to avert the influence of the evil eye and of the envious gods, who held a crown above the head of the imperator, and now and again whispered in his ear the ominous words, "Respice post te hominem memento te." Look back at me and remember thy mortality. After Vespasian Caesar the father came Titus Caesar the son, but his chariot was of silver. Engraved upon its front was a picture of the holy house of the Jews melting in the flames. Like his father, he was attired in the toga picta and tunica palmata, the gold-embroidered overrobe, and the tunic laced with silver leaves, while in his right hand he held a laurel bow, and in his left a sceptre. He also was attended by a slave who whispered in his ear the message of mortality. Next to the chariot of Titus, alongside of it indeed, and as little behind as custom would allow, rode Domitian, gloriously arrayed and mounted on a splendid steed. Then came the tribunes and the knights on horseback, and after them the legionaries, to the number of 5,000, every man of them having his spear wreathed in laurel. Now the great procession was across the Tiber, and, following its appointed path down broad streets and past palaces and temples, drew slowly towards its object, the shrine of Jupiter Capitolinus, that stood at the head of the sacred way beyond the Forum. Everywhere the side path, the windows of houses, the great scaffoldings of timber, and the steps of temples were crowded with spectators. Never before did Miriam understand how many people could inhabit a single city. They passed them by thousands and by tens of thousands, and still, far as the eye could reach, stretched the wide sea of faces. Ahead that sea would be quiet, then as the procession pierced in, it began to murmur. Presently the murmur grew to a shout, the shout to a roar, and when the Caesars appeared in their glittering chariots, the roar to a triumphant peal which shook the street like thunder. And so on for miles and miles, till Miriam's eyes were dim with the glare and glitter, and her head swam at the ceaseless sound of shouting. Often the procession would halt for a while, either because of a check to one of the pageants in front, or in order that some of its members might refresh themselves with drink which was brought to them. Then the crowd, ceasing from its chairs, would make jokes and criticize whatever person or thing they chanced to be near. Greatly did they criticize Miriam in this fashion, or at the least she thought so, who must listen to it all. Most of them, she found, knew her by her name of Pearl Maiden, and pointed out to each other the necklace about her throat. Many, too, had heard something of her story, and looked eagerly at the picture of the gay Nicanor blazoned upon her breast, but the greater part concerned themselves only with her delicate beauty. Passing from mouth to mouth the gossip concerning Domitian, his quarrel with the Caesars, and the intention which he had announced of buying this captive at the public sale. Always it was the same talk, sometimes more brutal and open than others. That was the only difference. Once they halted thus in the street of palaces, through which they passed near to the bath of Agrippa. Here the endless comments began again, but Miriam tried to shut her ears to it and looked about her. To her left was a noble-looking house built of white marble, but she noticed that its shutters were closed, also that it was undecorated with garlands, and idly wondered why. Others wondered too, for when they had wearied of discussion her points, she heard one plebeian ask another whose house that was, and why it had been shut up upon this festal day. His fellow answered that he could not remember the owner's name, but he was a rich noble who had fallen in the Jewish wars, and that the palace was closed because it was not yet certain who was his heir. At that moment her attention was distracted by a sound of groans and laughter coming from behind. She looked round to see that the wretched Jewish general Simon had sunk fainting to the ground, overcome by the heat or the terrors of his mind, or by the sufferings which he was forced to endure at the hands of his cruel guards, who flogged him as he walked, for the pleasure of the people. Now they were beating him to life again with their rods. Hence the laughter of the audience and the groans of the victim. Sick at heart, Miriam turned away from this horrid sight to hear a tall man, whose back was towards her, but who was clad in the rich robes of an Eastern merchant, asking one of the marshals of the triumph, in a foreign accent, whether it was true that the captive Pearl Maiden was to be sold that evening in the auction mart of the Forum. The marshal answered, yes, such were the orders as regarded her and the other women, since there was no convenient place to house them, and it was thought best to be rid of them and let their masters take them home at once. Does she please you, sir? Are you going to bid? He added. If so, you will find yourself in high company. Perhaps, answered the man with a shrug of his shoulders. Then he vanished into the crowd. Now, for the first time that day, Miriam's spirit seemed to fail her. The weariness of her body, the foul talk, the fouler cruelty, the cold discussion of the sale of human beings to the first comer, as though they were sheep or swine, the fear of her fate that night pressed upon and overcame her mind, so that she felt inclined, like Simon, the son of Gioras, to sink fainting to the pavement, and lie there till the cruel rods beat her to her feet again. Hope sank low and faith grew dim, while in her heart she wondered vaguely what was the meaning of it all, and why poor men and women were made to suffer thus for the pleasure of other men and women. Wondered also what escape there could be for her. While she mused this, like a ray of light through the clouds. A sense of consolation, sweet as it was sudden, seemed to pierce the darkness of her bitter thoughts. She knew not whence it came nor what it might portend, yet it existed, and the source of it seemed near to her. She scanned the faces of the crowd, finding pity in a few, curiosity in more, but in most gross admiration if they were men, or scorn of her misfortune and jealousy of her loveliness if they were women. Not from among these did that consolation flow. She looked up to the sky, half expecting to see there that angel of the Lord, into whose keeping the Bishop CYRIL had delivered her. But the skies were empty and brazen at the faces of the Roman crowd. Not a cloud could be seen in them, much less an angel. As her eyes sank earthwards, their glance fell upon one of the windows of the marble house to her left. If she remembered right, some few minutes before the shutters of that window had been closed. Now they were open, revealing 2 heavy curtains of blue embroidered silk. Miriam thought this strange, and without seeming to do so kept her eyes fixed upon the curtains. Presently, for her sight was good, she saw fingers between them, long, dark-colored fingers. Then very slowly the curtains were parted, and in the opening thus made appeared a face, the face of an old woman, dark and noble-looking, and crowned with snow-white hair. Even at that distance Miriam knew it in an instant. Oh, heaven! It was the face of Nehushta, whom she thought dead, or at least forever lost. For a moment Miriam was paralyzed, wondering whether this was not some vision born of the turmoil or excitement of that dreadful day. Nay, surely it was no vision. Surely it was Nehushta herself who looked at her with loving eyes. For see, she made the sign of the cross in the air before her, the symbol of Christian hope and greeting, then laid her finger upon her lips in token of secrecy and silence. The curtain closed, and she was gone, who not 5 seconds before had so mysteriously appeared. Miriam's knees gave way beneath her, and while the marshals shouted to the procession to set forward, she felt that she must sink to the ground. Indeed, she would have fallen had not some woman in the crowd stepped forward and thrust a goblet of wine into her hands, saying, "Drink that, Pearl Maiden. It will make your pale cheeks even prettier than they are." The words were coarse, but Miriam looked at the woman, knew her for one of the Christian community with whom she had worshipped in the catacombs. So she took the cup, fearing nothing, and drank it off. Then new strength came to her, and she went forward with the others in their toilsome, endless march. At length, however, it did end, an hour or so before sunset. They had passed miles of streets. They had trodden the sacred way bordered by fanes innumerable and adorned with statues set on columns, and now marched up the steep slope that was crowned by the glorious temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. As they began to climb it, guards broke into their lines, and seizing the chain that hung about the neck of Simon, dragged him away. "Whither do they take you?" asked Miriam as he passed her. "To what I desire, death," he answered, and was gone. Now the Caesars, dismounting from their chariots, took up their stations by altars at the head of the steps, while beneath them, rank upon rank, gathered all those who had shared their triumph, each company in its allotted place. Then followed a long pause, the multitude waiting for Miriam knew not what. Presently men were seen running from the forum up a path that had been left open, one of them carrying in his hand some object wrapped in a napkin. Arriving in face of the Caesars, he threw aside the cloth and held up before them, and in the sight of all the people, the grisly head of Simon, the son of Gioras. By this public murder of a brave captain of their force was consummated the triumph of the Romans, and at the sight of its red proof trumpets blew, banners waved, and from 500,000 throats went up a shout of victory that seemed to rend the very skies, for the multitude was drunk with the glory of its brutal vengeance. Then silence was called, and there before the temple of Jove the beasts were slain, and the Caesars offered sacrifice to the gods that had given them victory. Thus ended the triumph of Vespasian and Titus, and with it the record of the struggle of the Jews against the iron beak and claws of the Roman eagle. End of chapter 22. Recording by Monica Rowley.
Chapter 23 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 23, The Slave Ring. Had Miriam chanced to look out of her litter as she passed the temple of Isis, escorted by Gallus and the guards before dawn broke upon that great day of the triumph, and had there been light to enable her to see, she might have beheld two figures galloping into Rome as fast as their weary horses would carry them. Both rode after the fashion of men, but one of them, wrapped in an Eastern garment that hid the face, was in fact a woman. "Fortune favors us, Nehushta," said the man in a strained voice. "At least, we are in time for the triumph, who might so easily have been too late. Look, yonder they gather already by Octavian's walks," and he pointed to the companies of soldiers who hurried past them to the meeting place. "Yes, yes, my lord Marcus, we are in time. There go the eagles and here comes their prey," and in her turn Nehushta pointed to the guarded litter. Had they but known it, the very one that carried the beloved woman whom they sought. But whither now? Would you also march in the train of Titus? "Nay, woman, it is too late. Also I know not what would be my welcome." "Your welcome? Why, you were his friend, and Titus is faithful to his friends." "Aye, but perhaps not to those who have been taken prisoner by the enemy. Towards the commencement of the siege that happened to a man I knew. He was captured with a companion. The companion the Jews slew, but as he was about to be beheaded upon the wall, this man slipped from the hands of the executioner, and leaping from it escaped with little hurt. Titus gave him his life, but dismissed him from his legion. Why should I fare better? That you were taken was no fault of yours, who were struck senseless and overwhelmed." "Maybe, but would that avail me? The rule, a good rule, is that no Roman soldier should yield to an enemy. If he is captured while insensible, then on finding his wits he must slay himself, as I should have striven to do, had I awakened to find myself in the hands of the Jews. But things fell out otherwise. Still, I tell you, Nehushta, that had it not been for Miriam, I should not have turned my face to Rome, at any rate until I had received pardon and permission from Titus." "What then are your plans, Lord Marcus?" "To go to my own house near the Baths of Agrippa. The triumph must pass there, and if Miriam is among the captives we shall see her. If not, then either she is dead or already sold, or perchance given as a present to some friend of Caesar's." Now they ceased talking, for the people were so many that they could only force their way through the press riding one after another. Thus, Nehushta following Marcus, they crossed the Tiber and passed through many streets, decorated, most of them, for the coming pageant, till at length Marcus drew rein in front of a marble mansion in the Via Agrippa. "A strange home-coming," he muttered. "Follow me," and he rode round the house to a side entrance. Here he dismounted and knocked at the small door for some time without avail. At length it was opened a little way, and a thin, querulous voice, speaking through the crack, said: "Begone, whoever you are. No one lives here. This is the house of Marcus, who is dead in the Jewish war. Who are you that disturb me?" "The heir of Marcus." "Marcus has no heir, unless it be Caesar, who doubtless will take his property." "Open, Stephanus," said Marcus, in a tone of command, at the same time pushing the door wide and entering. "Fool," he added, "what kind of a steward are you that you do not know your master's voice?" Now he who had kept the door, a withered little man in a scribe's brown robe, peered at this visitor with his sharp eyes, then threw up his hands and staggered back, saying: "By the spear of Mars! It is Marcus himself, Marcus returned from the dead! Welcome, my lord, welcome!" Marcus led his horse through the deep archway, and when Nehushta had followed him into the courtyard beyond, returned, closed and locked the door. "Why did you think me dead, friend?" he asked. "Oh, my lord," answered the steward, "because all who have come home from the war declared that you had vanished away during the siege of the city of the Jews, and that you must either be dead or taken prisoner. Now I knew well that you would never disgrace your ancient house, or your own noble name, or the eagles which you serve, by falling alive into the hands of the enemy. Therefore, I was sure that you were dead." Marcus laughed bitterly, then turning to Nehushta, said: "You hear, woman, you hear? If such is the judgment of my steward and freedman, what will be that of Caesar and my peers?" Then he added, "Now, Stephanus, that what you thought impossible, what I myself should have thought impossible, has happened. I was taken prisoner by the Jews, though through no fault of mine." "Oh, if so," said the old steward, "hide it, my lord, hide it. Why, two such unhappy men who had surrendered to save their lives and were found in some Jewish dungeon, have been condemned to walk in the Triumph this day. Their hands are to be tied behind them; in place of their swords they must wear a distaff, and on their breasts a placard with the words written: 'I am a Roman who preferred dishonor to death.' You would not wish their company, my lord?" The face of Marcus went first red, then white. "Man," he said, "cease your ill-omened talk, lest I should fall upon my sword here before your eyes. Bid the slaves make ready the bath and food, for we need both." "Slaves, my lord? There are none here, save one old woman, who attends to me and the house." "Where are they then?" asked Marcus angrily. "The most part of them I have sent into the country, thinking it better that they should work upon your estates rather than live here idle, and others who were not needed I have sold." "You were ever careful, Stephanus," then he added by an afterthought, "have you any money in the house?" The old steward looked towards Nehushta suspiciously, and seeing that she was engaged with the horses out of earshot, answered in a whisper: "Money? I have so much of it that I know not what to do. The strong place you know of is almost full of gold and still it comes. There are the rents and profits of your great estates for 3 years. the proceeds of the sale of slaves and certain properties, together with the large outstanding amount that was due to my late master, the Lord Caius, which I have at length collected. Oh, at least you will not lack for money." "There are other things that I could spare less readily," said Marcus, with a sigh. "Still, it may be needed. Now tie up those horses by the fountain, and give us food, what you have, for we have ridden these 30 hours without rest. Afterwards you can talk." It was midday. Marcus, bathed, anointed, and clad in the robes of his order, was standing in one of the splendid apartments of his marble house, looking through an opening in the shutters at the passing of the Triumph. Presently old Nehushta joined him. She also was clad in clean, white robes which the slave woman had found for her. "Have you any news?" asked Marcus impatiently. "Some, lord, which I have pieced together from what is known by the slave woman, and by your steward, Stephanus. A beautiful Jewish captive is to walk in the Triumph and afterwards to be sold with other captives in the Forum. They heard of her because it is said that there has been a quarrel between Titus and his brother Domitian, and Vespasian also, on account of this woman." "A quarrel? What quarrel?" "I, or rather your servants, know little of it, but they have heard that Domitian demanded the girl as a gift, whereon Titus told him that if he wished for her, he might buy her. Then the matter was referred to Vespasian Caesar, who upheld the decree of Titus. As for Domitian, he went away in a rage, declaring that he would purchase the girl and remember the affront which had been put upon him." "Surely the gods are against me," said Marcus, "if they have given me Domitian for a rival." "Why so, lord? Your money is as good as his, and perhaps you will pay more." "I will pay to my last piece, but will that free me from the rage and hate of Domitian?" "Why need he know that you were the rival bidder?" "Why? Oh, in Rome everything is known. Even the truth sometimes." "Time enough to trouble when trouble comes. First let us wait and see whether this maid be Miriam." "Aye," he answered, "let us wait, since we must." So they waited and with anxious eyes watched the great show roll by them. They saw the cars painted with scenes of the taking of Jerusalem and the statues of the gods fashioned in ivory and gold. They saw the purple hangings of the Babylonian broidered pictures, the wild beasts, and the ships mounted upon wheels. They saw the treasures of the temple and the images of victory, and many other things, for that pageant seemed to be endless, and still the captives and the emperors did not come. One sight there was also that caused Marcus to shrink as though fire had burned him, for yonder, set in the midst of a company of jugglers and buffoons that jibed and mocked at them, were the two unhappy men who had been taken prisoners by the Jews. On they tramped, their hands bound behind them, clad in full armour, but wearing a woman's distaff where the sword should have been, and round their necks the placards which proclaimed their shame. The brutal Roman mob hooted them also, that mob which ever loved spectacles of cruelty and degradation, calling them cowards. One of the men, a bull-necked, black-haired fellow, suffered it patiently, remembering that at even he must be set free to vanish where he would. The other, who was blue-eyed and finer-featured, having gentle blood in his veins, seemed to be maddened by their talk, for he glared about him, gnashing his teeth like a wild beast in a cage. Opposite to the house of Marcus came the climax. "Cur!" yelled a woman in the mob, casting a pebble that struck him on the cheek. "Cur! Coward!" The blue-eyed man stopped, and, wheeling round, shouted in answer. I am no coward, I who have slain 10 men with my own hand, 5 of them in single combat. You are the cowards who taunt me. I was overwhelmed, that is all, and afterwards in the prison I thought of my wife and children and lived on. Now I die and my blood be on you." Behind him, drawn by 8 white oxen, was the model of a ship with the crew standing on its deck. Avoiding his guard, the man ran down the line of oxen and suddenly cast himself upon the ground before the wooden-wheeled car, which passed over his neck, crushing the life out of him. "Well done! Well done!" shouted the crowd, rejoicing at this unexpected sight. "Well done! He was brave after all." Then the body was carried away and the procession moved forward. But Marcus, who watched, hid his face in his hands, and Nehushta, lifting hers, uttered a prayer for the passing soul of the victim. Now the prisoners began to go past, marching 8 by 8, hundreds upon hundreds of them, and once more the mob shouted and rejoiced over these unfortunates, whose crime was that they had fought for their country to the end. The last files passed, then at a little distance from them, tramping forward wearily, appeared the slight figure of a girl dressed in a robe of white silk blazoned at its breast with gold. Her bowed head, from which the curling tresses fell almost to her waist, was bared to the fierce rays of the sun, and on her naked bosom lay a necklace of great pearls. "Pearl Maiden! Pearl Maiden!" shouted the crowd. "Look!" said Nehushta, gripping the shoulder of Marcus with her hand. He looked, and after long years once more beheld Miriam, for though he had heard her voice in the old tower at Jerusalem, then her face was hidden from him by the darkness. There was the maid from whom he had parted in the desert village by Jordan, the same, and yet changed. Then she had been a lovely girl, now she was a woman on whom sorrow and suffering had left their stamp. The features were finer, the deep, patient eyes were frightened and reproachful. Her beauty was such as we see in dreams, not altogether that of earth. "Oh, my darling, my darling!" murmured Nehushta, stretching out her arms towards her. "Christ be thanked, that I have found you, my darling." Then she turned to Marcus, who was devouring Miriam with his eyes, and said in a fierce voice: "Roman, now that you see her again, do you still love her as much as of old time?" He took no note and she repeated the question. Then he answered: "Why do you trouble me with such idle words? Once she was a woman to be won, now she is a spirit to be worshipped." "Woman or spirit, or woman and spirit, beware how you deal with her, Roman," snarled Nehushta still more fiercely, and she left her hand fall upon the knife that was hidden in her robe. "Peace, peace," said Marcus, and as he spoke the procession came to a halt before his windows. "How weary she is, and sad," he went on speaking to himself. "Her heart seems crushed. Oh, that I must stay here and see her thus, who dare not show myself. If she could but know! If she could but know!" Nehushta thrust him aside and took his place. Fixing her eyes upon Miriam she made some effort of the will, so fierce and concentrated that beneath the strain her body shook and quivered. "See!" Her thought reached the captive, for she looked up. "Stand to one side," she whispered to Marcus, then unlatched the shutters and slowly pushed them open. Now between her and the air was nothing but the silken curtains. Very gently she parted these with her hands, for some few seconds suffering her face to be seen between them. Then laying her fingers on her lips she drew back and they closed again. "It is well," she said, "she knows. "Let her see me also," said Marcus. "Nay, she can bear no more. Look, look, she faints." Groaning in bitterness of spirit they watched Miriam, who seemed about to fall. Now a woman gave her the cup of wine, and drinking she recovered herself. "Note that woman," muttered Marcus, "that I may reward her." "It is needless," answered Nehushta, "she seeks no reward." "She is more than a Roman, she is a Christian. As she passed it she made a sign of the cross with the cup." The wagons creaked. The officers shouted. The procession moved forward. From behind the curtain the pair kept their eyes fixed upon Miriam until she vanished in the dust and crowd. When she had gone they seemed to see little else. Even the sight of the glorious Caesars could not hold their eyes. Marcus summoned the steward, Stephanus. "Go forth," he said, "and discover when and where the captive Pearl Maiden is to be sold. Then return to me swiftly. Be secret and silent, and let none suspect whence you come or what you seek. Your life hangs upon it. Go." The sun was sinking fast, staining the marble temples and colonnades of the Forum blood red with its level beams. For the most part the glorious place was deserted now, since, the triumph over at length, the hundreds of thousands of the Roman populace, wearied out with pleasure and excitement, had gone home to spend the night in feasting. About one of the public slave markets, however, a round of marble enclosed with a rope and set in front of a small building, where the slaves were sheltered until the moment of their sale, a mixed crowd was gathered, some of them bidders, some idlers drawn thither by curiosity. Others were in the house behind examining the wares before they came to the hammer. Presently an old woman, meanly clad with her face veiled to the eyes, and bearing on her back a heavy basket such as was used to carry fruit to the market, presented herself at the door of the house. "What do you want?" asked the gatekeeper. "To inspect the slaves," she answered in Greek. "Go away," he said roughly, "you are not a buyer." "I may be if the stuff is good enough," she replied, slipping a gold coin into his hand. "Pass in, old lady, pass in," and in another second the door had closed behind her, and Nehushta found herself among the slaves. In this building the light was already so low that torches were burning for the convenience of visitors. By the flare of them Nehushta saw the unfortunate captives. There were but 15. Seated upon marble benches, while slave women moved from the one to the other, washing their hands and feet and faces in scented water, brushing and tying their hair and removing the dust of the procession from their robes, so that they might look more comely to the eyes of the purchasers. Also there were present a fair number of bidders, 20 or 30 of them, who strolled from girl to girl discussing the points of each and at times asking them to stand up, or turn round, or show their arms and ankles, that they might judge of them better. At the moment when Nehushta entered one of these, a fat man with greasy curls who looked like an Eastern, was endeavouring to persuade a dark and splendid Jewess to let him see her foot. Pretending not to understand, she sat still and sullen, till at length he stooped down and lifted her robe. Then in an instant the girl dealt him such a kick in the face that amidst the laughter of the spectators he rolled backwards on the floor, whence he rose with a cut and bloody forehead. "Very good, my beauty, very good," he muttered in a savage voice. "Before 12 hours are over you shall pay for that." But again the girl sat sullen and motionless, pretending not to understand. Most of the public, however, were gathered about Miriam, who sat upon a chair by herself, her hands folded, her head bent down, a very picture of pitiful, outraged modesty. One by one as their turns came and the attendant suffered them to approach, the men advanced and examined her closely, though Nehushta noted that none of them were allowed to touch her with their hands. Placing herself at the end of the line she watched with all her eyes and listened with all her ears. Soon she had her reward. A tall man, dressed like a merchant of Egypt, went up to Miriam and bent over her. "Silence," said the attendant. "I am ordered to suffer none to speak to the slave who is called Pearl Maiden. Move on, sir, move on." The man lifted his head, and although in that gloom she could not see his face, Nehushta knew its shape. Still she was not sure, till presently he moved his right hand so that it came between her and the flame of one of the torches, and she perceived that the top joint of the first finger was missing. Caleb, she thought to herself, Caleb, escaped and in Rome. So Domitian has another rival. Then she went back to the doorkeeper and asked him the name of the man. "A merchant of Alexandria named Demetrius," he said. Nehushta returned to her place. In front of her two men, agents who bought slaves and other things for wealthy clients, were talking. "More fit for a sale of dogs," said one, "after sunset when everybody is tired out, than for that of one of the fairest women who ever stood upon the block." "Pshaw," answered the other, "the whole thing is a farce. Domitian is in a hurry, that's all, so the auction must be held to-night." "He means to buy her?" "Of course. I am told that his factor, SATURIUS, has orders to go up to 1,000 sestertia if need be," and he nodded towards a quiet man dressed in a robe of some rich, dark stuff, who stood in a corner of the place watching the company. 1,000 sestertia! For one slave girl? Ye gods! 1,000 sestertia! "The necklace goes with her, that is worth something, and there is property at Tyre." "Property in Tyre," said the other, "property in the moon. Come on, let us look at something a little less expensive. As I wish to keep my head on my shoulders, I am not going to bid against the prince in any case." "No, nor anyone else either. I expect he will get his fancy pretty cheap after all." Then the two men moved away, and a minute afterwards Nehushta found that it was her turn to approach Miriam. "Here comes a curious sort of buyer," said one of the attendants. "Don't judge the taste of the fruit by the look of the rind, young man," answered Nehushta, and at the sound of that voice for the first time Pearl Maiden lifted her head, then dropped it quickly. "She is well enough," Nehushta said aloud, "but there used to be prettier women when I was young. In fact, though dark, I was myself," a statement at which those within hearing, noting her gaunt and aged form bent beneath the heavy basket, tittered aloud. "Come, lift up your head, my dear," she went on, trying to entice the captive to consent by encouraging waves of her hand. They were fruitless. Still, had any thought of it there was meaning in them. On Nehushta's finger, as it chanced, shone a ring which Miriam ought to know, seeing that for some years she had worn it on her own. It would seem that she did know it, at any rate her bosom and neck grew red and a spasm passed across her face which even the falling hair did not suffice to hide. The ring told Miriam that Marcus lived and that Nehushta was his messenger. This suspense at least was ended. Now the doorkeeper called a warning and the buyers flocked from the building. Outside, the auctioneer, a smooth-faced, glib-tongued man, was already mounting the rostrum. Calling for silence he began his speech. On this evening of festival, he said, he would be brief. The lots he had to offer to the select body of connoisseurs he saw before him, were the property of the Imperator Titus, and the proceeds of the sale, it was his duty to tell them, would not go into Cæsar's pocket, but were to be equally divided between the poor of Rome and deserving soldiers who had been wounded or had lost their health in the war, a fact which must cause every patriotic citizen to bid more briskly. These lots, he might say, were unique, being nothing else than the 15 most beautiful girls, believed all of them to be of noble blood, among the many thousands who had been captured at the sack of Jerusalem, the city of the Jews, especially selected to adorn the great conqueror's triumph. No true judge, who desired a charming memento of the victory of his country's arms, would wish to neglect such an opportunity, especially as he was informed that the Jewish women were affectionate, docile, well instructed in many arts, and very hard-working. He had only one more thing to say, or rather two things. He regretted that this important sale should be held at so unusual an hour. The reason was that there was really no place where these slaves could be comfortably kept without risk of their maltreatment or escape, so it was held to be best that they should be removed at once to the seclusion of their new homes, a decision, he was sure, that would meet the wishes of buyers. The second point was that among them was one lot of surpassing interest, namely, the girl who had come to be generally spoken of as Pearl Maiden. This young woman, who could not be more than 23 or 24 years of age, was the last representative of a princely family of the Jews. She had been found exposed upon one of the gates of the holy house of that people, where it would seem she was sentenced to perish for some offence against their barbarous laws. As the clamours of the populace that day had testified, she was of the most delicate and distinguished beauty, and the collar of great pearls which she wore about her neck gave evidence of her rank. If he knew anything of the tastes of his countrymen, the price which would be paid for her must prove a record even in that ring. He was aware that among the vulgar a great, almost a divine name had been coupled with that of this captive. Well, he knew nothing, except this, that he was certain that if there was any truth in the matter the owner of the name, as became a noble and a generous nature, would wish to obtain his prize fairly and openly. The bidding was as free to the humblest there, provided, of course, that he could pay, and he might remark that not an hour's credit would be given except to those who were known to him, as to Cæsar himself. Now, as the light was failing, he would order the torches to be lit and commence the sale. The beauteous Pearl Maiden, he might add, was lot number 7. So the torches were lit, and presently the first victim was led out and placed upon a stand of marble in the centre of the flaring ring. She was a dark-haired child of about 16 years of age, who stared round her with a frightened gaze. The bidding began at 5 sestertia and ran up to 15, or about £120 of our money, at which price she was knocked down to a Greek, who led her back into the receiving house, paid the gold to a clerk who was in attendance, and took her away, sobbing as she went. Then followed 4 others, who were sold at somewhat better prices. Number 6 was the dark and splendid Jewess who had kicked the greasy-curled Eastern in the face. As soon as she appeared upon the block, this brute stepped forward and bid 20 sestertia for her. An old grey-bearded fellow answered with a bid of 25. Then someone bid 30, which the Eastern capped with a bid of 40. So it went on till the large total of 60 sestertia was offered, whereon the Eastern advanced 2 more, at which price, amidst the laughter of the audience, she was knocked down to him. "You know me, and that the money is safe," he said to the auctioneer. "It shall be paid to you to-morrow." I have enough to carry without lading myself up with so much gold. Come on, girl, to your new home, where I have a little score to settle with you." And grasping her by the left wrist he pulled her from the block and led her unresisting through the crowd and to the shadows beyond. Already number 7 had been summoned to the block and the auctioneer was taking up his tale, when from out of these shadows rose the sound of a dreadful yell. Some of the audience snatched torches from their stands and ran to the spot whence it came. There, on the marble pavement lay the Eastern dead or dying, while over him stood the Jewess, a red dagger, his own, which she had snatched from its scabbard, in her hand, and on her stately face a look of vengeful triumph. "Seize her! Seize the murdering witch! Beat her to death with rods!" they cried, and at the command of the auctioneer slaves ran up to take her. She waited till they were near, then, without a word or a sound, lifted her strong, white arm and drove the knife deep into her own heart. For a moment she stood still, till suddenly she stretched her hands wide and fell face downwards, dead upon the body of the brute who had bought her. The crowd gasped and was silent. Then one of them, a sickly-looking patrician, called out, "Oh, I did well to come! What a sight! What a sight! Blessings on you, brave girl, you have given Julius a new pleasure." After this there was tumult and confusion while the attendants carried away the bodies. A few minutes later the auctioneer climbed back into his rostrum and alluded in moving terms to the unfortunate accident which had just happened. "Who would think," he said, "that one so beautiful could also be so violent? I weep when I consider that this noble purchaser, whose name I forget at the moment, but whose estate, by the way, is liable for the money, should have thus suddenly been transferred from the arms of Venus to that of Pluto, although it must be admitted that he gave the woman some provocation. Well, gentlemen, grief will not bring him to life again, and we who still stand beneath the stars have business to attend. Bear me witness, all of you, that I am blameless in this affair, and, slaves, bring out that priceless gem, the pearl." Chapter 24 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 24, Master and Slave. Now a hush of expectancy fell upon the crowd, till presently 2 attendants appeared, each of them holding in his hand a flaming torch, and between them the captive Pearl Maiden. So beautiful did she look as she advanced thus with bowed head, the red light of the torches falling upon her white robe and breast and reflected in a faint, shimmering line from the collar of pearls about her neck, that even that jaded company clapped as she came. In another moment she had mounted the 2 steps and was standing on the block of marble. The crowd pressed closer, among them the merchant of Egypt, Demetrius, and the veiled woman with the basket, who was now attended by a little man dressed as a slave and bearing on his back another basket, the weight of which he seemed to find irksome, since from time to time he groaned and twisted his shoulders. Also the chamberlain, SATURIUS, secure in the authority of his master, stepped over the rope and against the rule began to walk round and round the captive, examining her critically. "Look at her," said the auctioneer. "Look for yourselves. I have nothing to say, Words fail me. Unless it is this. For more than 20 years I have stood in this rostrum, and during that time I suppose that 15 or 16,000 young women have been knocked down to my hammer. They have come out of every part of the world. From the farthest east, from the Grecian mountains, from Egypt and Cyprus, from the Spanish plains, from Gaul, from the people of the Teutons, from the island of the Britons, and other barbarous places that lie still further north. Among them were many beautiful women, of every style and variety of loveliness, yet I tell you honestly, my patrons, I do not remember one who came so near perfection as this maiden whom I have the honor to sell tonight. I say again, look at her, and tell me with what you can find fault. What do you say? Oh, yes, I am informed that her teeth are quite sound, there is no blemish to conceal, none at all, and the hair is all her own. That gentleman says that she is rather small. Well, she is not built upon a large scale, and to my mind that is one of her attractions. Little and good, you know, little and good. Only consider the proportions. Why, the greatest sculptors, ancient or modern, would rejoice to have her as model, and I hope that in the interests of the art-loving public," here he glanced at the chamberlain, SATURIUS, "that the fortunate person into whose hands she passes will not be so selfish as to deny them this satisfaction. Now I have said enough and must but add this, that by the special decree of her captor, the Imperator Titus, the beautiful necklace of pearls worn by the maiden goes with her. I asked a jeweler friend of mine to look at it just now, and judging as well as he could without removing it from her neck, which was not allowed, he values it at least at 100 sestertia. Also, there goes with this lot considerable property, situated in Tyre and neighboring places, to which, had she been a free woman, she would have succeeded by inheritance. You may think that Tyre is a long way off and that it will be difficult to take possession of this estate, and, of course, there is something in the objection. Still, the title to it is secure enough, for here I have a deed signed by Titus Caesar himself, commanding all officials, officers and others concerned, to hand over without waste or deduction all property, real or personal, belonging to the estate of the late Benoni, the Jewish merchant of Tyre, and a member of the Sanhedrim, the lot's grandfather, I am informed, gentlemen, to her purchaser, who has only to fill in his own name in the blank space, or any representatives whom he may appoint, which deed is especially declared to be indefeasible. Anyone wish to see it? No? Then we will take it as read. I know that in such a matter, my patrons, my word is enough for you. Now I am about to come to business, with the remark that the more liberal your bidding the better will our glorious general, Titus Caesar, be pleased. The better will the poor and invalided soldiers, who deserve so well at your hands, be pleased. The better will the girl herself be pleased, who I am sure will know how to reward a generous appreciation of her worth. And the better shall I, your humble friend and servant, be pleased, because, as I may inform you in strict secrecy, I am paid, not by a fixed salary, but by commission. Now, gentlemen, what may I say? 1,000 sestertia to begin with. Oh, don't laugh, I expect more than that. What, 50? Are you joking, my friend? However, the acorn grows into the oak, doesn't it? And I am told that you can stop the sources of the Tiber with your hat. So I'll start with 50. 50? 100. Come, bid up, gentlemen, or we shall never get home to supper. 200? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Ah, that's better. What are you stopping for?" And he addressed the hatchet-faced man who had thrust himself forward over the rope of the ring. The man shook his head with a sigh. "I'm done," he said. "Such goods are for my betters," a sentiment that seemed to be shared by his rivals, since they also stopped bidding. "Well, friend Saturius," said the auctioneer, "have you gone to sleep, or have you anything to say? Only in hundreds? Now, gentlemen, mind, only in hundreds, unless I give the word. Thank you, I have 900, and he looked round rather carelessly, expecting at heart that this bid would be the last. Then the merchant from Alexandria stepped forward and held up his finger. 1,000, by the gods! Saturius looked at the man indignantly. Who was this that dared to bid against Domitian, the third dignitary in all the Roman Empire, Caesar's son, Caesar's brother, who might himself be Caesar? Still he answered with another bid of 1,100. Once more the finger of Demetrius went up. 12! 1,200, said the auctioneer, in a voice of suppressed excitement, while the audience gasped, for such prices had not been heard of. 13, said the chamberlain. Again the finger went up. 1,400. I have 1,400. Against you, worthy Saturius. Come, come, I must knock the lot down, which perhaps would not please some whom I could mention. Don't be stingy, friend, you have a large purse to draw on, and it is called the Roman Empire. Now. Thank you, I have 1,500. Well, my friend yonder. What? Have you had enough? And he pointed to the Alexandrian merchant, who, with a groan, had turned aside and hidden his face in his hands. Knocked out, it seems, said the auctioneer, and though it is little enough under all the circumstances for this lot, who is as lovely as she is historical, I suppose that I can scarcely expect—" and he looked around despondently. Suddenly the old woman with the basket glanced up and, speaking in a quiet matter-of-fact voice but with a foreign accent, said: 2,000. A titter of laughter went around the room. "My dear madam," queried the auctioneer, looking at her dubiously, "might I ask if you mean sestertii or sestertia? See note. Your pardon, but it has occurred to me that you might be confusing the two sums. Note: a sestertius was worth less than 2 pence. A sestertium was the sum of money of the value of about £8 sterling. 2,000 sestertia, repeated the matter-of-fact voice with the foreign accent. Well, said the auctioneer, I suppose that I must accept the bid? Friend Saturius, I have 2,000 sestertia, and it is against you. Against me it must remain, then, replied the little man in a fury. Do all the kings in the world want this girl? Already I have exceeded my limit by 500 sestertia. I dare do no more. Let her go. Don't vex yourself, Saturius, said the auctioneer, bidding is one thing, paying another. At present I have a bona fide bid of 1,500 from you. Unless this liberal but unknown lady is prepared with the cash I shall close on that. Do you understand, madam? Perfectly, answered the veiled old woman. Being a stranger to Rome I thought it well to bring the gold with me, since strangers cannot expect credit. To bring the gold with you? Gasped the auctioneer. To bring 2,000 sestertia with you? Where is it then?" "Where? Oh, in my servants' and my own baskets, and something more as well. Come, good sir, I have made my bid. Does the worthy gentleman advance?" "No," shouted Saturius. "You are being fooled, she has not got the money." "If he does not advance and no other worthy gentleman wishes to bid, then will you knock the lot down?" said the old woman. "Pardon me if I press you, noble seller of slaves, but I must ride far from Rome to-night, to Centum Celiae, indeed, where my ship waits; therefore I have no time to lose." Now the auctioneer saw that there was no choice, since under the rules of the public mart he must accept the offer of the highest bidder. 2,000 sestertia are bid for this lot number 7, the Jewish captive known as Pearl Maiden, sold by order of Titus Imperator, together with her collar of pearls and the property to which, as a free woman, she would have been entitled. Any advance on 2,000 sestertia?" And he looked at Saturius, who shook his head. "No? Then, going, gone. I declare the lot sold, to be delivered on payment of the cash to the person named. By the way, madam, what is your name?" "Mulier." At this the company burst into a loud laugh. "Mulier?" repeated the auctioneer. "Mulier? Woman?" "Yes, I am not a woman, and what better name can I have than is given to all my sex?" "In truth, you are so wrapped up that I must take your word for it," replied the auctioneer. "But come, let us put an end to this farce. If you have the money, follow me into the receiving house; for I must see to the matter myself, and pay it down." "With pleasure, sir, but be so good as to bring my property with you. She is too valuable to be left here unprotected amongst these distinguished but disappointed gentlemen." Accordingly Miriam was led from the marble stand into an office annexed to the receiving house, whither she was followed by the auctioneer and by Nehushta and her servant, whose backs, it was now observed, bent beneath the weight of the baskets that were strapped upon them. Here the door was locked, and with the help of her attendant Nehushta loosened her basket, letting it fall upon the table with a sigh of relief. "Take it and count," he said to the auctioneer, untying the lid. He lifted it and there met his eye a layer of lettuces neatly packed. "By Venus!" he began in a fury. "Softly, friend, softly," said Nehushta. "These lettuces are of a kind which only grow in yellow soil. Look," and lifting the vegetables she revealed beneath row upon row of gold coin. "Examine it before you count," she said. He did so by biting pieces at hazard with his teeth and causing them to ring upon the marble table. "It is good," he said. "Quite so. Then count." So he and the clerk counted, even to the bottom of the basket, which was found to contain gold to the value of over 1,100 sestertia. "So far well," he said, "but that is not enough." The buyer beckoned to the man with her who stood in the corner, his face hidden by the shadow, and he dragged forward the second basket, which he had already unstrapped from his shoulders. Here also were lettuces, and beneath the lettuces gold. When the full 2,000 sestertia were counted, that is, over 15,000 pounds of our money, this second basket still remained more than a third full. "I ought to have run you up, madam," said the auctioneer, surveying the shining gold with greedy eyes. "Yes," she replied calmly, If you had guessed the truth you might have done so. But who knows the truth, except myself?" "Are you a sorceress?" he asked. "Perhaps. What does it matter? At least, the gold will not melt. And, by the way, it is troublesome carrying so much of the stuff back again. Would you like a couple of handfuls for yourself, and say 10 pieces for your clerk? Yes? Well, please first fill in that deed with the name that I shall give you and with your own as witness. Here it is: Miriam, daughter of Demas and Rachel, born in the year of the death of Herod Agrippa. Thank you. You have signed, and the clerk also, I think. Now I will take that roll. One thing more, there is another door to this receiving house. With your leave I should prefer to go out that way, as my newly acquired property seems tired, and for one day has had enough of public notice. You will, I understand, give us a few minutes to depart before you return to the rostrum, and your clerk will be so courteous as to escort us out of the forum. Now help yourself. Man, can't you make your hand larger than that? Well, it will suffice to pay for a summer holiday. I see a cloak there which may serve to protect this slave from the chill air of the night. In case it should be claimed, perhaps these 5 pieces will pay for it. Most noble and courteous sir, again I thank you. Young woman, throw this over your bare shoulders and your head. That necklace might tempt the dishonest. Now, if our guide is ready we will be going. Slave, bring the basket, at the weight of which you need no longer groan, and you, young woman, strap on this other basket. It is as well that you should begin to be instructed in your domestic duties, for I tell you at once that having heard much of the skill of the Jews in those matters, I have bought you to be my cook and to attend to the dressing of my hair. Farewell, sir, farewell. May we never meet again." "Farewell," replied the astonished auctioneer, "farewell, my lady Mulier, who can afford to give 2,000 sestertia for a cook. Good luck to you, and if you are always as liberal as this, may we meet once a month, say I. Yet have no fear," he added meaningly, "I know when I have been well treated and shall not seek you out, even to please Caesar himself." 3 minutes later, under the guidance of the clerk, who was as discreet as his master, they had passed, quite undisturbed, through various dark colonnades and up a flight of marble stairs. "Now you are out of the forum, so go your ways," he said. They went, and the clerk stood watching them until they were round a corner, for he was young and curious, and to him this seemed the strangest comedy of the slave market of which he had ever even heard. As he turned to go he found himself face to face with a tall man, in whom he recognized that merchant of Egypt who had bid for Pearl Maiden up to the enormous total of 1,400 sestertia. "Friend," said Demetrius, "which way did your companions go?" "I don't know," answered the clerk. "Come, try to remember. Did they walk straight on, or turn to the left, or turn to the right? Fix your attention on these, it may help you," and once more that fortunate clerk found 5 gold pieces thrust into his hand. "I don't know that they help me," he said, for he wished to be faithful to his hire. "Fool," said Demetrius in a changed voice, "remember quickly, or here is something that will," and he showed him a dagger glinting in his hand. "Now then, do you wish to go the same road as they carried the Jewish girl and the Eastern?" "They turned to the right," said the clerk sulkily. "It is the truth, but may that road you speak of be yours who draw knives on honest folk." With a bound Demetrius left his side, and for the second time the clerk stood still, watching him go. "A strange business," he said to himself, "but, perhaps my master was right and that old woman is a sorceress, or, perhaps, the young one is the sorceress, since all men seem ready to pay a tribe's tribute to get hold of her; or, perhaps, they are both sorceresses. A strange story, of which I would like to know the meaning, and so, I fancy, would the Prince Domitian when he comes to hear of it. Saturius, the chamberlain, has a fat place, but I would not take it to-night, no, not if it were given to me." Then that young man returned to the mart in time to hear his master knock down lot 13, a very sweet-looking girl, to Saturius himself, who proposed, though with a doubtful heart, to take her to Domitian as a substitute. Meanwhile, Nehushta, Miriam and the steward Stephanus, disguised as a slave, went on as swiftly as they dared towards the palace of Marcus in the Via Agrippa. The two women held each other by the hand but said nothing. Their hearts seemed too full for speech. Only the old steward kept muttering, 2,000 sestertia! The savings of years! 2,000 sestertia for that bit of a girl! Surely the gods have smitten him mad. "Hold your peace, fool," said Nehushta at length. "At least, I am not mad. The property that went with her is worth more than the money." "Yes, yes," replied the aggrieved Stephanus, "but how will that benefit my master? You put it in her name. Well, it is no affair of mine, at least this accursed basket is much lighter." Now they were at the side door of the house, which Stephanus was unlocking with his key. "Quick," said Nehushta, "I hear footsteps." The door opened and they passed in, but at that moment one went by them, pausing to look until the door closed again. "Who was that?" asked Stephanus nervously. "He whom they call Demetrius, the merchant of Alexandria, but whom once I knew by another name," answered Nehushta in a slow voice while Stephanus barred the door. They walked through the archway into an antechamber lit by a single lamp, leaving Stephanus still occupied with his bolts and chains. Here with a sudden motion Nehushta threw off her cloak and tore the veil from her brow. In another instant, uttering a low, crooning cry, she flung her long arms about Miriam and began to kiss her again and again on the face. "My darling," she moaned, "my darling." "Tell me what it all means, Nu," said the poor girl faintly. "It means that God has heard my prayers and suffered my old feet to overtake you in time, and provided the wealth to preserve you from a dreadful fate." "Whose wealth? Where am I?" asked Miriam. Nehushta made no answer, only she unstrapped the basket from Miriam's back and unclasped the cloak from about her shoulders. Then, taking her by the hand, she led her into a lighted passage and thence through a door into a great and splendid room spread with rich carpets and adorned with costly furniture and marble images. At the end of this room was a table lighted by 2 lamps, and on the further side of this table sat a man as though he were asleep, for his face was hidden upon his arms. Miriam saw him and clung to Nehushta trembling. "Hush!" whispered her guide, and they stood still in the shadow. The man lifted his head so that the light fell full upon it, and Miriam saw that it was Marcus. Marcus grown older and with a patch of grey hair upon his temple where the sword of Caleb had struck him, very worn and tired looking also, but still Marcus and no other. He was speaking to himself. "I can bear it no longer," he said. "Thrice have I been to the gate and still no sign. Doubtless the plan has miscarried and by now she is in the palace of Domitian. I will go forth and learn the worst," and he rose from the table. "Speak to him," whispered Nehushta, pushing Miriam forward. She advanced into the circle of the lamplight, but as yet Marcus did not see her, for he had gone to the window place to find a cloak that lay there. Then he turned and saw her. Before him in her robe of white, the soft light shining on her gentle loveliness, stood Miriam. He stared at her bewildered. "Do I dream?" he said. "Nay, Marcus," she answered in her sweet voice, "you do not dream. I am Miriam." In an instant he was at her side and held her in his arms, nor did she resist him, for after so many fears and sufferings they seemed to her a home. "Loose me, I pray you," she said at length. "I am faint, I can bear no more." At her entreaty he suffered her to sink upon the cushions of a couch that was at hand. Tell me everything," he said. "Ask it of Nehushta," she answered, leaning back. "I am spent." Nehushta ran to her side and began to chafe her hands. "Let be with your questions," she said. "I bought her, that's enough. Ask that old huckster, Stephanus, the price. But first in the name of charity give her food. Those who have walked through a triumph to end the day on the slave block need victuals." "It is here," Marcus said confusedly, "such as there is." Taking a lamp he led the way to a table that was placed in the shadow, where stood some meat and fruit with flagons of rich-coloured wine and pure water and shallow silver cups to drink from. Putting her arm about Miriam's waist, Nehushta supported her to the table and sat her down upon one of the couches. Then she poured out wine and put it to her lips, and cut meat and made her swallow it till Miriam would touch no more. Now the colour came back to her face, and her eyes grew bright again, and resting there upon the couch, she listened while Nehushta told Marcus all the story of the slave sale. "Well done," he said, laughing in his old merry fashion, "well done, indeed. Oh! what favouring God put it into the head of that honest old miser, Stephanus, from year to year to hoard up all that sum of gold against an hour of sudden need which none could foresee." "My God and hers," answered Nehushta solemnly, "to whom if he give you space, you should be thankful, which, by the way, is more than Stephanus is, who has seen so much of your savings squandered in an hour." "Your savings?" said Miriam, looking up. "Did you buy me, Marcus?" "I suppose so, beloved," he answered. Then, am I your slave?" "Not so, Miriam," he replied nervously. "As you know well, it is I who am yours. All I ask of you is that you should become my wife." "That cannot be, Marcus," she answered in a kind of cry. "You know that it cannot be." His face turned pale. "After all that has come and gone between us, Miriam, do you still say so?" "I still say so." "You could give your life for me, and yet you will not give your life to me." "Yes, Marcus." "Why? Why?" "For the reasons that I gave you yonder by the banks of Jordan. Because those who begat me laid on me the charge that I should marry none who is not a Christian. How then can I marry you?" Marcus thought a moment. "Does the book of your law forbid it?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, but the dead forbid it, and rather will I join them than break their command." Again Marcus thought and spoke. "Well, then, since I must, I will become a Christian." She looked at him sadly and answered: "It is not enough. Do you remember what I told you far away in the village of the Essenes, that this is no matter of casting incense on an altar, but rather one of a changed spirit? When you can say those words from your heart as well as with your lips, then, Marcus, I will listen to you, but unless God calls you this you can never do." "Then what do you propose?" he asked. "I have not had time to think. To go away, I suppose." "To Domitian?" he queried. "Nay, forgive me, but a sore heart makes bitter lips." "I am glad you asked forgiveness for those words, Marcus," she said quivering. "What need is there to insult a slave?" The words seemed to suggest a new train of thought to Marcus. "Yes," he said, "a slave. My slave whom I have bought at a great price. Well, why should I let you go? I am minded to keep you." "Marcus, you can keep me if you will, but then your sin against your own honor will be greater than even your sin against me." "Sin?" he said, passionately. "What sin? You say you cannot marry me, not because you do not wish it, if I understand you right, but for other reasons which have weight, at any rate with you. But the dead give no command as to whom you should love." "No, my love is my own, but if it is not lawful it can be denied." "Why should it be denied?" he asked softly and coming towards her. "Is there not much between you and me? Did not you, brave and blessed woman that you are, risk your life for my sake in the old tower at Jerusalem? Did you not for my sake stand there upon the gate Nicanor to perish miserably? And I, though it be little, have I not done something for you? Have I not so soon as your message reached me, journeyed here to Rome, at the cost, perhaps, of what I value more than life, my honor?" "Your honor?" she asked. "Why your honor?" "Because those who have been taken prisoner by the enemy and escaped are held to be cowards among the Romans," he answered bitterly, "and it may be that such a lot awaits me." "Coward! You a coward, Marcus?" "Aye. When it is known that I live, that is what my enemies will call me who lived on for your sake, Miriam—for the sake of a woman who denies me." "Oh!" she said, "this is bitter. Now I remember and understand what Gallus meant." "Then will you still deny me? Must I suffer thus in vain? Think, had it not been for you I could have stayed afar until the thing was forgotten, that is, if I still chose to live; but now, because of you, things are thus, and yet, Miriam, you deny me," and he put his arms about her and drew her to his breast. She did not struggle, she had no strength, only she wrung her hands and sobbed, saying: "What shall I do? Woe is me, what shall I do?" "Do?" said the voice of Nehushta, speaking clear as a clarion from the shadows. "Do your duty, girl, and leave the rest to Heaven." "Silence, accursed woman!" gasped Marcus, turning pale with anger. "Nay," she answered, "I will not be silent. Listen, Roman. I like you well, as you have reason to know, seeing that it was I who nursed you back to life, when for 1 hour's want of care you must have died. I like you well, and above everything on earth I wish that ere my eyes shut for the last time they may see your hand in her hand, and her hand in your hand, man and wife before the face of all men. Yet I tell you that now indeed you are a coward in a deeper fashion than that the Romans dream of. You are a coward who try to work upon the weakness of this poor girl's loving heart, who try in the hour of her sore distress to draw her from the spirit, if not from the letter, of her duty. So great a coward are you that you remind her even that she is your slave and threaten to deal with her as you heathen deal with slaves. You put a gloss upon the truth. You try to filch the fruit you may not pluck. You say, you may not marry me, but you are my property, and therefore if you give way to your master it is no sin. I tell you it is a sin, doubly a sin, since you would bind the weight of it on her back as well as on your own, and a sin in this way or in that would bring its reward to both of you. "Have you finished?" asked Marcus coldly, but suffering Miriam to slip from his arms back upon the couch. "No, I have not finished. I spoke of the fruits of evil. Now as my heart prompts me I speak of the promise of good. Let this woman go free as you have the power to do. Strike the chains off her neck and take back the price that you have paid for her, since she has property which will discharge it to the last farthing, which property today stands in her name and can be conveyed to you. Then, go search the Scriptures and see if you can find no message in them. If you find it, well and good, then take her with a clean heart and be happy. If you find it not, well and good, then leave her with a clean heart and be sorrowful, for it is decreed. Only in this matter do not dare to be double-minded, lest the last evil overtake you and her, and your children and hers. Now I have done, and, my lord Marcus, be so good as to signify your pleasure to your slave, Pearl Maiden, and to your servant, Nehushta the Libyan." Marcus began to walk up and down the room, out of the light into the shadow, out of the shadow into the light. Presently he halted, and the two women watching saw that his face was drawn and ashen, like the face of an old man. "My pleasure," he said vacantly, "that is a strange word on my lips to-night, is it not? Well, Nehushta, you have the best of the argument. All you say is quite true, if a little over-coloured. Of course, Miriam is quite right not to marry me if she has scruples, and, of course, I should be quite wrong to take advantage of the accident of my being able to purchase her in the slave ring. I think that is all I have to say. Miriam, I free you, as indeed I remember I promised the Essenes that I would do. Since no one knows you belong to me, I suppose that no formal ceremony will be necessary. It is a maomission inter amicos, as the lawyers say, but quite valid. As to the title of the Tyre property, I accept it in payment of the debt, but I beg that you will keep it a while on my behalf, for, at present, there might be trouble about transferring it into my name. Now, good night. Nehushta will take you to her room, Miriam, and tomorrow you can depart whither you will. I wish you all fortune, and—why do you not thank me? Under the circumstances, it would be kind." But Miriam only burst into a flood of tears. "What will you do, Marcus? Oh! What will you do?" she sobbed. "In all probability, things which I would rather you did not know of," he answered bitterly, "or I may take it into my head to accept the suggestion of our friend, Nehushta, and begin to search those Scriptures of which I have heard so much, that seem, by the way, specially designed to prevent the happiness of men and women." Then he added fiercely, "Go, girl, go at once, for if you stand there weeping before me any longer, I tell you that I shall change my mind, and as Nehushta says, imperil the safety of your soul, and of my own, which does not matter." So Miriam stumbled from the room and through the curtained doorway. As Nehushta followed her, Marcus caught her by the arm. "I have half a mind to murder you," he said, quietly. The old Libyan only laughed. "All I have said is true and for your own good, Marcus," she answered, "and you will live to know it." "Where will you take her?" "I don't know yet, but Christians always have friends." "Will you let me hear of her?" "Surely, if it is safe." "And if she needs help you will tell me?" "Surely, and if you need her help, and it can be done, I will bring her to you." "Then may I need help soon," he said. Chapter 25 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 25, The Reward of SATURIUS. Meanwhile, in one of the palaces of the Caesars not far from the capital, was being enacted another and more stormy scene. It was the palace of Domitian, whither, the bewildering pomp of the triumph finished at last, the prince had withdrawn himself in no happy mood. That day many things had happened to vex him. First and foremost, as had been brought home to his mind from minute to minute throughout the long hours, its glory belonged not to himself, not even to his father, Vespasian, but to his brother, the conqueror of the Jews. Titus he had always hated, Titus, who was as beloved of mankind for his virtues, such as virtues were in that age, as he, Domitian, was execrated for his vices. Now Titus had returned after a brilliant and successful campaign to be crowned as Caesar, to be accepted as the sharer of his father's government, and to receive the ovations of the populace, while his brother Domitian must ride almost unnoted behind his chariot. The plaudits of the roaring mob, the congratulations of the Senate, the homage of the knights and subject princes, the offerings of foreign kings, all laid at the feet of Titus, filled him with a jealousy that went nigh to madness. Soothsayers had told him, it was true, that his hour would come, that he would live and reign after Vespasian and Titus had gone down, both of them, to Hades. But even if they spoke the truth this hour seemed a long way off. Also there were other things. At the great sacrifice before the temple of Jupiter, his place had been set too far back where the people could not see him. At the feast which followed the master of the ceremonies had neglected, or had forgotten, to pour a libation in his honor. Further, the beautiful captive, Pearl Maiden, had appeared in the procession unadorned by the costly girdle which he had sent her; while, last of all, the different wines that he had drunk had disagreed with him, so that because of them, or of the heat of the sun, he suffered from the headache and sickness to which he was liable. Pleading this indisposition as an excuse, Domitian left the banquet very early, and attended by his slaves and musicians retired to his own palace. Here his spirits revived somewhat, since he knew that before long his chamberlain, SATURIUS, would appear with the lovely Jewish maiden upon whom he had set his fancy. This at least was certain, for he had arranged that the auction should be held that evening and instructed him to buy her at all costs, even for 1,000 sestertia. Indeed, who would dare to bid for a slave that the Prince Domitian desired? Learning that Saturius had not yet arrived, he went to his private chambers, and to pass away the time commanded his most beautiful slaves to dance before him, where he inflamed himself by drinking more wine of a vintage that he loved. As the fumes of the strong liquor mounted to his brain the pains in his head ceased, at any rate for a while. Very soon he became half drunk, and as was his nature when in drink, savage. One of the dancing slaves stumbled and growing nervous stepped out of time, whereon he ordered the poor half-naked girl to be scourged before him by the hands of her own companions. Happily for her, however, before the punishment began a slave arrived with the intelligence that SATURIUS waited without. "What, alone?" said the prince, springing to his feet. "Nay, lord," said the slave, "there is a woman with him." At this news instantly his ill temper was forgotten. "Let that girl go," he said, "and bid her be more careful another time. Away, all the lot of you, I wish to be private. Now, slave, bid the worthy SATURIUS enter with his charge." Presently the curtains were drawn apart and through them came SATURIUS rubbing his hands and smiling somewhat nervously, followed by a woman wrapped in a long cloak and veiled. He began to offer the customary salutations, but Domitian cut him short. "Rise, man," he said. "That sort of thing is all very well in public, but I don't want it here. So you have got her," he added, eyeing the draped form in the background. "Yes," replied SATURIUS, doubtfully. "Good, your services shall be remembered. You were ever a discreet and faithful agent. Did the bidding run high?" "Oh, my lord, enormous, enormous! I never heard such bidding," and he stretched out his hands. "Impertinence! Who dared to compete with me?" remarked Domitian. "Well, what did you have to give?" 50 sestertia, my lord." 50 sestertia?" answered Domitian with an air of relief. "Well, of course it is enough, but I have known beautiful maidens fetch more. By the way, dear one," he went on, addressing the veiled woman, "you must, I fear, be tired after all that weary, foolish show." The "dear one" making no audible reply, Domitian went on. "Modesty is pleasing in a maid, but now I pray you, forget it for a while. Unveil yourself, most beautiful, that I may behold that loveliness for which my heart has ached these many days. Nay, that task shall be my own," and he advanced somewhat unsteadily towards his prize. SATURIUS thought that he saw his chance. Domitian was so intoxicated that it would be useless to attempt to explain matters that night. Clearly he should retire as soon as possible. "Most noble prince and patron," he began, "my duty is done, with your leave I will withdraw." "By no means, by no means," hiccuped Domitian. "I know that you are an excellent judge of beauty, most discriminating SATURIUS, and I should like to talk over the points of this lady with you. You know, dear SATURIUS, that I am not selfish, and to tell the truth, which you won't mind between friends, who could be jealous of a wizened, last year's walnut of a man like you? Not I, SATURIUS, not I, whom everybody acknowledges to be the most beautiful person in Rome, much better looking than Titus is, although he does call himself Caesar. Now for it. Where's the fastening? SATURIUS, find the fastening. Why do you tie up the poor girl like an Egyptian corpse and prevent her lord and master from looking at her?" As he spoke the slave did something to the back of her head and the veil fell to the ground, revealing a girl of very pleasing shape and countenance, but who, as might be expected, looked most weary and frightened. Domitian stared at her with his bleared and wicked eyes, while a puzzled expression grew upon his face. "Very odd," he said, "but she seems to have changed. I thought her eyes were blue, and that she had curling black hair. Now they are dark and she has straight hair. Where's the necklace, too? Where's the necklace? Pearl Maiden, what have you done with your necklace? Yes, and why didn't you wear the girdle I sent you today?" "Sir," answered the Jewess, "I never had a necklace." "My lord Domitian," began SATURIUS with a nervous laugh, "there is a mistake. I must explain. This girl is not Pearl Maiden. Pearl Maiden fetched so great a price that it was impossible that I should buy her, even for you." He stopped, for suddenly Domitian's face had become terrible. All the drunkenness had left it, to be replaced by a mask of savage cruelty through which glared the pale and glittering eyes. The man appeared as he was, half satyr and half fiend. "A mistake," he said. "Oh, a mistake? And I have been counting on her all these weeks, and now some other man has taken her from me, the Prince Domitian? And you dare to come to me with this tale, and to bring this slut with you instead of my Pearl Maiden?" And at the thought he fairly sobbed in his drunken, disappointed rage. Then he stepped back and began to clap his hands and call aloud. Instantly slaves and guards rushed into the chamber, thinking that their lord was threatened with some evil. "Men," he said, "take that woman and kill her. No, it might make a stir, as she was one of Titus's captives. Don't kill her, thrust her into the street." The girl was seized by the arms and dragged away. "Oh, my lord," began SATURIUS. "Silence, man, I am coming to you. Seize him, and strip him. Oh, I know you are a freedman and a citizen of Rome. Well, soon you shall be a citizen of Hades, I promise you. Now bring the heavy rods and beat him till he dies." The dreadful order was obeyed, and for a while nothing was heard save the sound of heavy blows and the smothered moans of the miserable SATURIUS. "Wretches," yelled the imperial brute, "you are playing, you do not hit hard enough. I will teach you how to hit," and snatching a rod from one of the slaves he rushed at his prostrate chamberlain, the others drawing back to allow their master to show his skill in flogging. SATURIUS saw Domitian come, and knew that unless he could change his purpose in another minute the life would be battered out of him. He struggled to his knees. "Prince," he cried, "hearken ere you strike. You can kill me if you will who are justly angered, and to die at your hands is an honour that I do not merit. Yet, dread lord, remember that if you slay me then you will never find that Pearl Maiden whom you desire." Domitian paused, for even in his fury he was cunning. Doubtless, he thought, the knave knows where the girl is. Perhaps even he has hidden her away for himself. "Ah," he said aloud, quoting the vulgar proverb, "the rod is the mother of reason. Well, can you find her?" "Surely, if I have time. The man who can afford to pay 2,000 sestertia for a single slave cannot easily be hidden." 2,000 sestertia!" exclaimed Domitian astonished. "Tell me that story. Slaves, give SATURIUS his robe and fall back. No, not too far, he may be treacherous." The chamberlain threw the garment over his bleeding shoulders and fastened it with a trembling hand. Then he told his tale, adding: "Oh, my lord, what could I do? You have not enough money at hand to pay so huge a sum." "Do, fool? Why, you should have bought her on credit and left me to settle the price afterwards. Oh, never mind Titus, I could have outwitted him. But the mischief is done. Now for the remedy, so far as it can be remedied," he added, grinding his teeth. "That I must seek to-morrow, lord." "To-morrow? And what will you do to-morrow?" "To-morrow I will find where the girl's gone, or try to, and then—why he who has bought her might die and—the rest will be easy." "Die he surely shall, he who has dared to rob Domitian of his darling," answered the prince with an oath. "Well, hearken, Saturius, for this night you are spared, but be sure that if you fail for a second time you also shall die, and after a worse fashion than I promised you. Now go, and to-morrow we will take counsel. Oh! ye gods, why do you deal so hardly with Domitian? My soul is bruised and must be comforted with poesy. Rouse that Greek from his bed and send him to me. He shall read to me of the wrath of Achilles when they robbed him of his Briseis, for the hero's lot is mine." So this new Achilles departed, now that his rage had left him, weeping maudlin tears of disappointed passion, to comfort his bruised soul with the immortal lines of Homer, for when he was not merely a brute Domitian fancied himself a poet. It was perhaps as well for his peace of mind that he could not see the face of Saturius, as the chamberlain comforted his bruised shoulders with some serviceable ointment, or hear the oath which that useful and industrious officer uttered as he sought his rest, face downwards, since for many days thereafter he was unable to lie upon his back. It was a very ugly oath, sworn by every god who had an altar in Rome, and with the divinities of the Jews and the Christians thrown in, that in a day to come he would avenge Domitian's rods with daggers. Had the prince been able to do so, there might have risen in his mind some prescience of a certain scene, in which he must play a part on a far-off but destined night. He might have beheld a vision of himself, bald, corpulent and thin-legged, but wearing the imperial robes of Caesar, rolling in a frantic struggle for life upon the floor of his bedchamber, at death-grips with one Stephanus, while an old chamberlain named Saturius drove a dagger again and again into his back, crying at each stroke: "Oh ho! That for thy rods, Caesar! Oh ho! Dost remember the Pearl Maiden? That for thy rods, Caesar, and that, and that, and that!" But Domitian, weeping himself to sleep over the tale of the wrongs of the godlike Achilles, which did but foreshadow those of his divine self, as yet thought nothing of the rich reward that time should bring him. On the morrow of the great day of the triumph the merchant Demetrius of Alexandria, whom for many years we have known as Caleb, sat in the office of the storehouse which he had hired for the bestowal of his goods in one of the busiest thoroughfares of Rome. Handsome, indeed, noble-looking as he was, and must always be, his countenance presented a sorry sight. From hour to hour during the previous day he had fought a path through the dense crowds that lined the streets of Rome, to keep as near as might be to Miriam while she trudged her long route of splendid shame. Then came the evening, when, with the other women slaves, she was put up to auction in the Forum. To prepare for this sale Caleb had turned almost all his merchandise into money, for he knew that Domitian was a purchaser, and guessed that the price of the beautiful Pearl Maiden, of whom all the city was talking, would rule high. The climax we know. He bid to the last coin that he possessed or could raise, only to find that others with still greater resources were in the market. Even the agent of the prince had been left behind, and Miriam was at last knocked down to some mysterious stranger woman dressed like a peasant. The woman was veiled and disguised, She spoke with a feigned voice and in a strange tongue, but from the beginning Caleb knew her. Incredible as it might seem, that she should be here in Rome, he was certain that she was Nehushta, and no other. That Nehushta should buy Miriam was well, but how came she by so vast a sum of money, here in a far-off land? In short, for whom was she buying? Indeed, for whom would she buy? He could think of one only: Marcus. But he had made inquiries and Marcus was not in Rome. Indeed, he had every reason to believe that his rival was long dead, that his bones were scattered among the tens of thousands which whitened the tumbled ruins of the holy city in Judæa. How could it be otherwise? He had last seen him wounded, as he thought to death. And he should know, for the stroke fell from his own hand, lying senseless in the old tower in Jerusalem. Then he vanished away, and where Marcus had been Miriam was found. Whither did he vanish, and if it was true that she succeeded in hiding him in some secret hole, what chance was there that he could have lived on without food and unsuccoured? Also if he lived, why had he not appeared long before? Why was not so wealthy a patrician and distinguished a soldier riding in the triumphant train of Titus? With black despair raging in his breast, he, Caleb, had seen Miriam knocked down to the mysterious basket-laden stranger whom none could recognize. He had seen her depart together with the auctioneer and a servant, also basket-laden, to the office of the receiving-house, whither he had attempted to follow upon some pretext, only to be stopped by the watchman. After this he hung about the door until he saw the auctioneer appear alone, when it occurred to him that the purchaser and the purchased must have departed by some other exit, perhaps in order to avoid further observation. He ran round the building to find himself confronted only by the empty, star-lit spaces of the Forum. Searching them with his eyes, for one instant it seemed to him that far away he caught sight of a little knot of figures climbing a black marble stair in the dark shadow of some temple. He sped across the open space, he ran up the great stair, to find at the head of it a young man in whom he recognized as the auctioneer's clerk, gazing along a wide street as empty as was the stair. The rest is known to us. He followed, and twice perceived the little group of dark-robed figures hurrying round distant corners. Once he lost them altogether, but a passer-by on his road to some feast told him courteously enough which way they had gone. On he ran almost at hazard, to be rewarded in the end by the sight of them vanishing through a narrow doorway in the wall. He came to the door and saw that it was very massive. He tried it even, it was locked. Then he thought of knocking, only to remember that to state his business would probably be to meet his death. At such a place and hour those who purchased beautiful slaves might have a sword waiting for the heart of an unsuccessful rival who dared to follow them to their haunts. Caleb walked round the house, to find that it was a palace which seemed to be deserted, although he thought that he saw light shining through one of the shuttered windows. Now he knew the place again. It was here that the procession had halted and one of the Roman soldiers who had committed the crime of being taken captive escaped the taunts of the crowd by hurling himself beneath the wheel of a great pageant car. Yes, there was no doubt of it, for his blood still stained the dusty stones and by it lay a piece of the broken distaff with which, in their mockery, they had girded the poor man. They were gentle folk, these Romans. Why, measured by this standard, some such doom would have fallen upon his rival, Marcus, for Marcus also was taken prisoner—by himself. The thought made Caleb smile, since well he knew that no braver soldier lived. Then came other thoughts that pressed him closer. Somewhere in that great dead-looking house was Miriam, as far off from him as though she were still in Judea. There was Miriam. And who was with her? The new-found lord who had spent 2,000 sestertia on her purchase? The thought of it almost turned his brain. Heretofore, the life of Caleb had been ruled by two passions: ambition and the love of Miriam. He had aspired to be ruler of the Jews, perhaps their king, and to this end had plotted and fought for the expulsion of the Romans from Judea. He had taken part in 100 desperate battles. Again and again he had risked his life. Again and again he had escaped. For one so young he had reached high rank, till he was numbered among the first of their captains. Then came the end, the last hideous struggle and the downfall. Once more his life was left in him. Where men perished by the 100,000 he escaped, winning safety, not through the desire of it, but because of the love of Miriam which drove him on to follow her. Happily for himself he had hidden money, which, after the gift of his race, he was able to turn to good account, so that now he, who had been a leader in war and council, walked the world as a merchant in Eastern goods. All that glittering past had gone from him. He might become wealthy, but, Jew as he was, he could never be great nor fill his soul with the glory that it craved. There remained to him, then, nothing but this passion for one woman among the millions who dwelt beneath the sun, the girl who had been his playmate, whom he loved from the beginning, although she had never loved him, and whom he would love until the end. Why had she not loved him? Because of his rival, that accursed Roman, Marcus, the man whom time upon time he had tried to kill, but who had always slipped like water from his hands. Well, if she was lost to him she was lost to Marcus also, and from that thought he would take such comfort as he might. Indeed he had no other, for during those dreadful hours the fires of all Gehenna raged in his soul. He had lost. But who had found her? Throughout the long night Caleb tramped round the cold, empty-looking palace, suffering perhaps as he had never suffered before, a thing to be pitied of gods and men. At length the dawn broke and the light crept down the splendid street, showing here and there groups of weary and half-drunken revellers staggering homewards from the feast, flushed men and dishevelled women. Others appeared also, humble and industrious citizens going to their daily toil. Among them were people whose business it was to clean the roads, abroad early this morning, for after the great procession they thought that they might find articles of value let fall by those who walked in it, or by the spectators. Two of these scavengers began sweeping near the place where Caleb stood, and lightened their toil by laughing at him, asking him if he had spent his night in the gutter and whether he knew his way home. He replied that he waited for the doors of the house to be opened. Which house? They asked. The Fortunate House, and they pointed to the marble palace of Marcus, which, as Caleb now saw for the first time, had these words blazoned in gold letters on its portico. He nodded. "Well," said one of them, "you will wait for some time, for that house is no longer fortunate. Its owner is dead, killed in the wars, and no one knows who his heir may be." "What was his name?" he asked. "Marcus, the favourite of Nero, also called the Fortunate." Chapter 26 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 26, The Judgment of Domitian. 2 hours had gone by and Caleb, with fury in his heart, sat brooding in the office attached to the warehouse that he had hired. At that moment he had but one desire: to kill his successful rival, Marcus. Marcus had escaped and returned to Rome; of that there could be no doubt. He, one of the wealthiest of its patricians, had furnished the vast sum which enabled old Nehushta to buy the coveted Pearl Maiden in the slave ring. Then his newly acquired property had been taken to this house, where he awaited her. This then was the end of their long rivalry. For this he, Caleb, had fought, toiled, schemed and suffered. Oh, rather than such a thing should be, in that dark hour of his soul, he would have seen her cast to the foul Domitian, for Domitian, at least, she would have hated, whereas Marcus, he knew, she loved. Now there remained nothing but revenge. Revenged he must be, but how? He might dog Marcus and murder him, only then his own life would be hazarded, since he knew well the fate that awaited the foreigner, and most of all the Jew, who dared to lift his hand against a Roman noble, and if he hired others to do the work they might bear evidence against him. Now Caleb did not wish to die. Life seemed the only good that he had left. Also, while he lived he might still win Miriam, after his rival had ceased to live. Doubtless, then she would be sold with his other slaves, and he could buy her at the rate such tarnished goods command. No, he would do nothing to run himself into danger. He would wait and watch his opportunity. It was near at hand, for of old as today the king of evil was ever ready to aid those who called upon him with sufficient earnestness. Indeed, even as Caleb sat there in his office, there came a knock upon the door. "Open!" he cried savagely, and through it entered a small man with close-cropped hair and a keen, hard face which seemed familiar to him. Just now, however, that face was somewhat damaged, for one of the eyes had been blackened and a wound upon the temple was strapped with plaster. Also its owner walked lame and continually twitched his shoulders as though they gave him uneasiness. The stranger opened his lips to speak, and Caleb knew him at once. He was the chamberlain of Domitian who had been outbid by Nehushta in the slave ring. "Greeting, noble SATURIUS," he said. "Be seated, I pray, for it seems to pain you to stand." "Yes, yes," answered the chamberlain, "still I had rather stand. I met with an accident last night, a most unpleasant accident," and he coughed as though to cover up some word that leaped to his lips. "You also, worthy Demetrius. That is your name, is it not?" he added, eyeing him keenly. "Look as though you had not slept well." "No," answered Caleb, "I also met with an accident. Oh! nothing that you can see. A slight internal injury which is, I fear, likely to prove troublesome. Well, noble SATURIUS, how can I serve you? Anything in the way of Eastern shawls, for instance?" "I thank you, friend, no. I come to speak of shoulders, not shawls," and he twitched his own women's shoulders, I mean. A remarkably fine pair for their size had that Jewish captive, by the way, in whom you seemed to take an interest last night, to the considerable extent indeed of 1,400 sestertia. "Yes," said Caleb, "they were well shaped." Then followed a pause. "Perhaps as I am a busy man," suggested Caleb presently, "you would not mind coming to the point." "Certainly, I was but waiting for your leave. as you may have heard, I represent a very noble person." "Who, I think, took an interest in the captive to the extent of 1,500 sestertia," suggested Caleb. "Quite so, and whose interest unfortunately remains unabated, or rather, I should say, that it is transferred." "To the gentleman whose deep feeling induced him to provide 500 more?" queried Caleb. "Precisely. What intuition you have! It is a gift with which the East endows her sons." "Suppose you put the matter plainly, worthy Saturius." "I will, excellent Demetrius. The great person to whom I have alluded was so moved when he heard of his loss that he actually burst into tears, and even reproached me, whom he loves more dearly than his brother." "He might easily do that, if all reports are true," said Caleb, dryly, adding, "Was it then that you met with your accident?" "It was. Overcome at the sight of my royal master's grief, I fell down." "Into a well, I suppose, since you managed to injure your eye, your back, and your leg all at once. There. I understand. These things will happen. In the households of the great where the floors are so slippery that the most wary feet may slide. But that does not console the sufferer whose hurt remains, does it?" "No," answered Saturius with a snarl, "but until he is in a position to relay the floors, he must find chalk for his sandals and ointment for his back. I want the purchaser's name, and thought perhaps that you might have it, for the old woman has vanished, and that fool of an auctioneer knows absolutely nothing." "Why do you want his name?" "Because Domitian wants his head. An unnatural desire indeed that devours him, but one which, to be frank, I find it important to satisfy." Of a sudden a great light seemed to shine in Caleb's mind. It was as though a candle had been lit in a dark room. "Ah!" he said. "And supposing I can show him how to get this head, even how to get it without any scandal, do you think that in return he would leave me the lady's hand? You see I knew her in her youth and take a brotherly interest in her." "Quite so, just like Domitian and the 2,000 sestertia man and, indeed, half the male population of Rome, who, when they saw her yesterday were moved by the same family feeling. Well, I don't see why he shouldn't. You see my master never cared for pearls that were not perfectly white, or admired ladies upon whom report cast the slightest breath of scandal. But he is of a curiously jealous disposition, and it is, I think, the head that he requires, not the hand." "Had you not better make yourself clear upon the point before we go any further?" asked Caleb. "Otherwise I do not feel inclined to undertake a very difficult and dangerous business." "With pleasure. Now would you let me have your demands, in writing, perhaps? Oh, of course, I understand. To be answered in writing." Caleb took parchment and pen and wrote: "A free pardon, with full liberty to travel, live and trade throughout the Roman Empire, signed by the proper authorities, to be granted to one Caleb, son of Hiliel, for the part he took in the Jewish war. A written promise, signed by the person concerned, that if the head he desires is put within his reach the Jewish slave named Pearl Maiden shall be handed over at once to Demetrius, the merchant of Alexandria, whose property she shall become absolutely and without question." "That's all," he said, giving the paper to Saturius. "The Caleb spoken of is a Jewish friend of mine to whom I am anxious to do a good turn, without whose help and evidence I should be quite unable to perform my share of the bargain. Being very shy and timid—his nerves were much shattered during the siege of Jerusalem. he will not stir without this authority, which, by the way, will require the signature of Titus Caesar, duly witnessed. Well, that is merely an offering to friendship. Of course my fee is the reversion to the lady, whom I desire to restore to her relations, who mourn her loss in Judea." "Precisely. Quite so," replied Saturius. "Pray do not trouble to explain further. I have always found those of Alexandria most excellent merchants. Well, I hope to be back within 2 hours. Mind you come alone. As I have told you, everything depends upon this Caleb, and if he is in any way alarmed there is an end of the affair. He only has a possible key to the mystery. Should it be lost your patron will never get his head, and I shall never get my hand." "Oh, bid the timid Caleb have no fear. Who would wish to harm a dirty Jewish deserter from his cause and people? Let him come out of his sewer and look upon the sun. The Caesars do not war with carrion rats. Most worthy Demetrius, I go swiftly, as I hope to return again with all you need." "Good, most noble Saturius, and for both our sakes. Remember that the palace floor is slippery, and do not get another fall, for it might finish you." "I am in deep waters, but I think that I can swim well," reflected Caleb as the door closed behind his visitor. "At any rate it gives me a chance who have no other, and that prince is playing for revenge, not love. What can Miriam be to him beyond the fancy of an hour, of which a thief has robbed him? Doubtless he wishes to kill the thief, but kings do not care for faded roses, which are only good enough to weave the chaplet of a merchant of Alexandria. So I cast for the last time, let the dice fall as it is fated." Very shortly afterwards in the palace of Domitian the dice began to fall. Humbly, most humbly, did that faithful chamberlain, Saturius, lay the results of his mission before his august master, Domitian, who, suffering from a severe bilious attack that had turned his ruddy complexion to a dingy yellow, and made the aspect of his pale eyes more unpleasant than usual, was propped up among cushions, sniffing attar of roses and dabbling vinegar water upon his forehead. He listened indifferently to the tale of his jackal, until the full meaning of the terms asked by the mysterious Eastern merchant penetrated his sodden brain. "Why," he said, "the man wants Pearl Maiden? That's his share, while mine is the life of the fellow who bought her, whoever he may be? Are you still mad, man, that you should dare to lay such a proposal before me? Don't you understand that I need both the woman and the blood of him who dared to cheat me out of her?" "Most divine prince, I understand perfectly, but this fish is only biting. He must be tempted or he will tell nothing." "Why not bring him here and torture him?" "I have thought of that, but those Jews are so obstinate. While you were twisting the truth out of him the other man would escape with the girl. Much better promise everything he asks and then—" "And then—what?" "And then forget your promises. What can be simpler?" "But he needs them in writing." "Let him have them in writing, my writing, which your divine self can repudiate. Only the pardon to Caleb, who I suppose is this Demetrius himself, can be signed by Titus. It will not affect you whether a Jew more or less has the right to trade in the empire, if thereby you can win his services in an important matter. Then, when the time comes, you can net both your unknown rival and the lady, leaving our friend Demetrius to report the facts to her relatives in Judea, for whom, as he states, he is alone concerned." "Saturius," said Domitian, growing interested, "you are not so foolish as I thought you were. Decidedly that trouble last night has quickened your wits. be so good as to stop wriggling your shoulders, will you? It makes me nervous, and I wish that you would have that eye of yours painted. You know that I cannot bear the sight of black. It reminds me, who am by nature joyous and light-hearted as a child, of melancholy things. Now forge a letter for my, or rather for your, signature, promising the reversion of Pearl Maiden to this Demetrius. Then bear my greetings to Titus, begging his signature to an order granting the desired privileges to one Caleb, a Jew who fought against him at Jerusalem, with less success than I could have wished, whom I desire to favour. 3 hours later Saturius presented himself for the second time in the office of the Alexandrian merchant. "Most worthy Demetrius," he said, "I congratulate you. Everything has been arranged as you wish. Here is the order, signed by Titus and duly witnessed, granting to you, I mean to your friend, Caleb, pardon for whatever he may have done in Judea, and permission to live and trade anywhere that he may wish within the bounds of the empire. I may tell you that it was obtained with great difficulty, since Titus, worn out with toil and glory, leaves this very day for his villa by the sea, where he is ordered by his physicians to rest 3 months, taking no part whatever in affairs. Does the document satisfy you?" Caleb examined the signatures and seals. "It seems to be in order," he said. "It is in order, excellent Demetrius. Caleb can now appear in the Forum, if it pleases him, and a lecture upon the fall of Jerusalem for the benefit of the vulgar. Well, here also is a letter from the divine, or rather the half-divine, Domitian to yourself, Demetrius of Alexandria, also witnessed by myself and sealed. It promises to you that if you give evidence enabling him to arrest the miscreant who dared to bid against him, no, do not be alarmed, the lady was not knocked down to you, you shall be allowed to take possession of her or to buy her at a reasonable valuation, not to exceed 15 sestertia. That is as much as she will fetch now in the open market. Are you satisfied with this document?" Caleb read and scrutinized the letter. "The signatures of Domitian and of yourself as witness seem much alike," he remarked suspiciously. "Somewhat," replied Saturius, with an airy gesture. "In royal houses it is customary for chamberlains to imitate the handwriting of their imperial masters." "And their morals? No, they have none. Their manners also," commented Caleb. "At least," went on Saturius, "you will acknowledge the seals." "Which might be borrowed. Well, I will take the risk, for if there is anything wrong about these papers I am sure that the Prince Domitian would not like to see them exhibited in a court of law." "Good," answered Saturius, with a relief which he could not altogether conceal. "And now for the culprit's name." "The culprit's name," said Caleb, leaning forward and speaking slowly, "is Marcus, who served as one of Titus Caesar's prefects of horse in the campaign of Judea. He bought the lady Miriam, commonly known as Pearl Maiden, by the agency of Nehushta, an old Libyan woman, who conveyed her to his house in the Via Agrippa, which is known as the Fortunate House, where doubtless she now is." "Marcus?" said Saturius. "Why, he was reported dead, and the matter of the succession to his great estates is now being debated, for he was the heir of his uncle, Caius, the proconsul, who amassed a vast fortune in Spain. Also after the death of said Caius, this Marcus was a favourite of the late divine Nero, who constituted him guardian of some bust of which he was enamoured. In short, he is a great man, if, as you say, he still lives, whom even Domitian will find it hard to meddle with. But how do you know all this?" "Through my friend Caleb. Caleb followed the black hag, Nehushta, and the beautiful Pearl Maiden to the very house of Marcus, which he saw them enter. Marcus who was her lover, yonder in Judea. Oh, never mind the rest of the story, I understand it all. But you have not yet shown that Marcus was in the house, and if he was, bad taste as it may have been to bid against the Prince Domitian, well, at a public auction it is lawful. Yes, but if Marcus has committed a crime, could he not be punished for that crime? Without doubt. But what crime has Marcus committed? The crime of being taken prisoner by the Jews and escaping from them with his life, for which, by an edict of Titus, whose laws are those of the Medes and Persians, the punishment is death, or at the least, banishment and degradation. Well, and who can prove all this? Caleb can, because he took him prisoner. And where, asked Saturius in exasperation, where is this thrice accursed cur, Caleb? Here, answered Demetrius. I am Caleb, O thrice blessed chamberlain, Saturius. Indeed, said Saturius. Well, that makes things more simple. And now, friend Demetrius, you prefer that name, do you not? What do you propose? I propose that the necessary documents should be procured, which, to your master, will not be difficult; that Marcus should be arrested in his house, put upon his trial and condemned under the edict of Titus, and that the girl, Pearl Maiden, should be handed over to me, who will at once remove her from Rome. Good, said Saturius. Titus having gone, leaving Domitian in charge of military affairs, the thing, as it chances, is easy, though any sentence that may be passed must be confirmed by Caesar himself. And now, again farewell. If our man is in Rome, he shall be taken tonight, and tomorrow your evidence may be wanted. Will the girl be handed over to me then? I think so, replied Saturius, but of course I cannot say for certain, as there may be legal difficulties in the way which would hinder her immediate resale. However, you may rely upon me to do the best I can for you. It will be to your advantage, answered Caleb significantly. Shall we say 50 sestertia on receipt of the slave? Oh, if you wish it, for gifts cement the hearts of friends. On account? Well, to a man with many expenses, 5 sestertia always come in useful. You know what it is in these palaces, so little pay and so much to keep up. Thank you, dear Demetrius, I will give you and the lady a supper out of the money, when you get her, he added to himself as he left the office. When early on the following morning Caleb came to his warehouse from the dwelling where he slept, he found waiting for him 2 men dressed in the livery of Domitian, who demanded that he would accompany them to the palace of the prince. What for? To give evidence in a trial, they said. Then he knew that he had made no mistake, that his rival was caught, and in the rage of his burning jealousy, such jealousy as only an Eastern can feel, his heart bounded with joy. Still, as he trudged onward through streets glittering in the morning sunlight, Caleb's conscience told him that not thus should his rival be overcome, that he who went to accuse the brave Marcus of cowardice was himself a coward, and that from the lie which he was about to act if not to speak, could spring no fruit of peace or happiness. But he was mad and blind. He could think only of Miriam, the woman whom he loved with all his passionate nature and whose life he had preserved at the risk of his own, fallen at last into the arms of his rival. He would wrench her thence, yes, even at the price of his own honor and of her lifelong agony, and, if it might be, leave those arms cold in death, as often already he had striven to do. When Marcus was dead perhaps she would forgive him. At the least he would occupy his place. She would be his slave, to whom, notwithstanding all that had been, he would give the place of wife. Then, after a little while, seeing how good and tender he was to her, surely she must forget this Roman who had taken her girlish fancy and learn to love him. Now they were passing the door of the palace. In the outer hall Saturius met them and motioned to the slaves to stand back. "So you have them," said Caleb, eagerly. "Yes, or to be exact, one of them. The lady has vanished." Caleb staggered back a pace. "Vanished? Where?" "I wish that I could tell you. I thought that perhaps you knew. At least we found Marcus alone in his house, which he was about to leave, apparently to follow Titus. But come, the court awaits you." "If she has gone, why should I come?" said Caleb, hanging back. "I really don't know, but you must. Here, slaves, escort this witness." Then seeing that it was too late to change his mind, Caleb waved them back and followed Saturius. Presently they entered an inner hall, lofty, but not large. At the head of it, clad in the purple robes of his royal house, sat Domitian in a chair, while to his right and left were narrow tables, at which were gathered 5 or 6 Roman officers, those of Domitian's own bodyguard, bareheaded, but arrayed in their mail. Also there were 2 scribes with their tablets, a man dressed in a lawyer's robe, who seemed to fill the office of prosecutor, and some soldiers on guard. When Caleb entered, Domitian, who, notwithstanding his youthful, ruddy countenance, looked in a very evil mood, was engaged in talking earnestly to the lawyer. Glancing up, he saw him and asked: "Is that the Jew who gives evidence, Saturius?" "My lord, it is the man," answered the chamberlain. "Also the other witness waits without." "Good. Then bring in the accused." There was a pause, till presently Caleb heard footsteps behind him and looked round to see Marcus advancing up the hall with a proud and martial air. Their eyes met, and for an instant Marcus stopped. "Oh," he said aloud, "the Jew Caleb. Now I understand." Then he marched forward and gave the military salute to the prince. Domitian stared at him with hate in his pale eyes, and said carelessly: "Is this the accused? What is the charge?" "The charge is," said the lawyer, "that the accused Marcus, a prefect of horse serving with Titus Caesar in Judæa, suffered himself to be taken prisoner by the Jews when in command of a large body of Roman troops, contrary to the custom of the army and to the edict issued by Titus Caesar at the commencement of the siege of Jerusalem. This edict commanded that no soldier should be taken alive, and that any soldier who was taken alive and subsequently rescued, or who made good his escape, should be deemed worthy of death, or at the least of degradation from his rank and banishment. My lord Marcus, do you plead guilty to the charge?" "First, I ask," said Marcus, "what court is this before which I am put upon my trial? If I am to be tried I demand that it shall be by my general, Titus." "Then," said the prosecutor, "you should have reported yourself to Titus upon your arrival in Rome. Now he has gone to where he may not be troubled, leaving the charge of military matters in the hands of his imperial brother, the Prince Domitian, who, with these officers, is therefore your lawful judge." "Perhaps," broke in Domitian with bitter malice, "the lord Marcus was too much occupied with other pursuits on his arrival in Rome to find time to explain his conduct to the Cæsar Titus." I was about to follow him to do so when I was seized," said Marcus. "Then you put the matter off a little too long. Now you can explain it here," answered Domitian. Then the prosecutor took up the tale, saying that it had been ascertained on inquiry that the accused, accompanied by an old woman, arrived in Rome upon horseback early on the morning of the Triumph; that he went straight to his house, which was called the House Fortunate, where he lay hid all day; that in the evening he sent out the old woman and a slave carrying on their backs a great sum of gold in baskets, with which gold he purchased a certain fair Jewish captive, known as Pearl Maiden, at a public auction in the Forum. This Pearl Maiden, it would seem, was taken to his house, but when he was arrested on the morrow neither she nor the old woman were found there. The accused, he might add, was arrested just as he was about to leave the house, as he stated, in order to report himself to Titus Caesar, who had already departed from Rome. This was the case in brief, and to prove it he called a certain Jew named Caleb, who was now living in Rome, having received an amnesty given by the hand of Titus. This Jew was now a merchant who traded under the name of Demetrius. Then Caleb stood forward and told his tale. In answer to questions that were put to him, he related how he was in command of a body of the Jews which fought an action with the Roman troops at a place called the Old Tower, a few days before the capture of the Temple. In the course of this action he parleyed with a captain of the Romans, the prefect Marcus, who now stood before him, and at the end of the parley challenged him to single combat. As Marcus refused the encounter and tried to run away, he struck him on the back with the back of his sword. Thereon a fight ensued in which he, the witness, had the advantage. Being wounded, the accused let fall his sword, sank to his knees and asked for mercy. The fray having now become general he, Caleb, dragged his prisoner into the Old Tower and returned to the battle. When he went back to the tower it was to find that the captive had vanished, leaving in his place a lady who was known to the Romans as Pearl Maiden, and who was afterwards taken by them and exposed for sale in the Forum, where she was purchased by an old woman whom he recognized as her nurse. He followed the maiden, having bid for her and being curious as to her destination, to a house in the Via Agrippa, which he afterwards learned was the palace of the accused Marcus. That was all he knew of the matter. Then the prosecutor called a soldier, who stated that he had been under the command of Marcus on the day in question. There he saw the Jew leader, whom he identified with Caleb, at the conclusion of a parley strike the accused, Marcus, on the back with the flat of his sword. After this ensued a fight, in which the Romans were repulsed. At the end of it, he saw their captain, Marcus, being led away prisoner. His sword had gone and blood was running from the side of his head. The evidence being concluded, Marcus was asked if he had anything to say in defense. "Much," he answered proudly, "when I am given a fair trial. I desire to call the men of my legion who were with me, none of whom I see here today except that man who has given evidence against me, a rogue whom, I remember, I caused to be scourged for theft, and dismissed his company. But they are in Egypt, so how can I summon them? As for the Jew, he is an old enemy of mine, who was guilty of murder in his youth, and whom once I overcame in a duel in Judæa, sparing his life. It is true that when my back was turned he struck me with his sword, and as I flew at him smote me a blow upon the head, from the effects of which I became senseless. In this state I was taken prisoner and lay for weeks sick in a vault, in the care of some people of the Jews, who nursed me. From them I escaped to Rome, desiring to report myself to Titus Caesar, my master. I appeal to Titus Caesar." "He is absent and I represent him," said Domitian. "Then, answered Marcus, "I appeal to Vespasian Caesar, to whom I will tell all. I am a Roman noble of no mean rank, and I have a right to be tried by Caesar, not by a packed court, whose president has a grudge against me for private matters." "Insolent!" shouted Domitian. "Your appeal shall be laid before Caesar, as it must; that is, if he will hear it. Tell us now, where is that woman whom you bought in the Forum, for we desire her testimony?" "Prince, I do not know," answered Marcus. "It is true that she came to my house, but then and there I gave her freedom and she departed from it with her nurse, nor can I tell whither she went." "I thought that you were only a coward, but it seems that you are a liar as well," sneered Domitian. Then he consulted with the officers and added, "We judge the case to be proved against you, and for having disgraced the Roman arms, when, rather than being taken prisoner, many a meaner man died by his own hand, you are worthy of whatever punishment it pleases Cæsar to inflict. Meanwhile, till his pleasure is known, I command that you shall be confined in the private rooms of the military prison near the Temple of Mars, and that if you attempt to escape thence you shall be put to death. You have liberty to draw up your case in writing, that it may be transmitted to Cæsar, my father, together with a transcript of the evidence against you." "Now," replied Marcus bitterly, "I am tempted to do what you say I should have done before, die by my own hand, rather than endure such shameful words and this indignity. But that my honor will not suffer. When Cæsar has heard my case, and when Titus, my general, also gives his verdict against me, I will die, but not before. You, prince, and you, captains, who have never drawn sword outside the streets of Rome, you call me coward, me, who have served with honor through 5 campaigns, who, from my youth till now have been in arms, and this upon the evidence of a renegade Jew who, for years, has been my private enemy, and of a soldier whom I scourged as a thief. Look now upon this breast and say if it is that of a coward." And rending his robes asunder, Marcus exposed his bosom, scarred with 4 white wounds. "Call my comrades, those with whom I have fought in Gaul, in Sicily, in Egypt and in Judæa, and ask them if Marcus is a coward. Ask the Jew even, to whom I gave his life, whether Marcus is a coward?" "Have done with your boasting," said Domitian, "and hide those scratches. You were taken prisoner by the Jews; it is enough. You have your prayer, your case shall go to Cæsar. If the tale you tell is true you would produce that woman who is said to have rescued you from the Jews and whom you purchased as a slave. When you do this we will take her evidence. Till then, to your prison with you. Guards, remove the man Marcus, called the Fortunate, once a prefect of horse in the army. Chapter 27 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 27, The Bishop Cyril. On the morning following the day of the triumph Julia, the wife of Gallus, was seated in her bedchamber looking out at the yellow waters of the Tiber that ran almost beneath its window. She had risen at dawn and attended to the affairs of her household, and now retired to rest and pray. Mingled with the Roman crowd on the yesterday she had seen Miriam, whom she loved, marching wearily through the streets of Rome. Then, able to bear no more, she went home, leaving Gallus to follow the last acts of the drama. About 9 o'clock that night he joined her and told her the story of the sale of Miriam for a vast sum of money, since, standing in the shadow beyond the light of the torches, he had been a witness of the scene at the slave market. Domitian had been outbid, and their Pearl Maiden was knocked down to an old woman with a basket on her back, who looked like a witch, after which she vanished with her purchaser. That was all he knew for certain. Julia thought it little enough, and reproached her husband for his stupidity in not learning more. Still, although she seemed to be vexed, at heart she rejoiced. Into whoever's hand the maid had fallen, for a while at least she had escaped the vile Domitian. Now, as she sat and prayed, Gallus being abroad to gather more tidings if he could, she heard the courtyard door open, but took no notice of it, thinking that it was but the servant who returned from market. Presently, however, as she knelt, a shadow fell upon her and Julia looked up to see Miriam, none other than Miriam, and with her a dark-skinned, aged woman, whom she did not know. "How come you here?" she gasped. "Oh, mother," answered the girl in a low and thrilling voice, "mother, by the mercy of God and by the help of this Nehushta, of whom I have often told you, and of another, I am escaped from Domitian, and returned to you free and unharmed." "Tell me that story," said Julia, "for I do not understand. The thing sounds incredible." So Miriam told her tale. When it was done, Julia said: "Heathen though he is, this Marcus must be a noble-hearted man, whom may Heaven reward." "Yes," answered Miriam with a sigh, "may Heaven reward him, as I wish I might." "As you would have done had I not stayed you," put in Nehushta. Her voice was severe, but as she spoke something that Julia took to be a smile was seen for an instant on her grim features. "Well, friend, well," said Julia, "we have all of us fallen into temptation from time to time." "Pardon me, lady," answered Nehushta, "but speak for yourself. I never fell into any temptation—from a man. I know too much of men." "Then, friend," replied Julia, "return thanks for the good armour of your wisdom. For my part, I say that, like the Lord Marcus, this maid has acted well, and my prayer is that she also may not lose her reward." "Mine is," commented Nehushta, "that Marcus may escape the payment which he will doubtless receive from the hand of Domitian if he can hunt him out," a remark at which the face of Miriam grew very troubled. Just then Gallus returned, and to him the whole story had to be told anew. "It is wonderful," he said, "wonderful! I never heard the like of it. Two people who love each other and who, when their hour comes, separate over some question of faith, or rather in obedience to a command laid upon one of them by a lady who died years and years ago. Wonderful! And I hope wise, though had I been the man concerned I should have taken another counsel." "What counsel, husband?" asked Julia. "Well, to get away from Rome with the lady as far as possible, and without more delay than was necessary. It seems to me that under the circumstances it would have been best for her to consider her scruples in another land. You see Domitian is not a Christian any more than Marcus is, and our maid here does not like Domitian and does like Marcus. No, it is no good arguing, the thing is done, but I think that you Christians might very well add 2 new saints to your calendar. And now to breakfast, which we all need after so much night duty." So they went and ate. but during the meal Gallus was very silent, as was his custom when he set his brain to work. Presently he asked: "Tell me, Miriam, did any see you or your companion enter here?" "No, I think not," she answered, for as it chanced the door of the courtyard was ajar and the servant had not yet returned. "Good," he said. "When she does return I will meet her and send her out on a long errand." "Why?" asked his wife. "Because it is as well that none should know what guests we have till they are gone again." "Until they are gone again?" repeated Julia, astonished. "Surely you would not drive this maid, who has become to us as our daughter, from your door?" "Yes, I would, wife, for that dear maid's sake," and he took Miriam's little hand in his great palm and pressed it. "Listen now," he went on, "Miriam, the Jewish captive, has dwelt in our care these many months, has she not, as is known to all, is it not? Well, if anyone wants to find her, where will they begin by looking?" "Aye, where?" echoed Nehushta. "Why should anyone wish to find her?" asked Julia. "She was bought in the slave market for a great price by the Lord Marcus, who, of his own will, has set her at liberty. Now, therefore, she is a free woman whom none can touch." "A free woman!" answered Gallus with scorn. "Is any woman free in Rome upon whom Domitian has set his mind? Surely, you Christians are too innocent for this world. Peace now, for there is no time to lose. Julia, do you cloak yourself and go seek that high priest of yours, CYRIL, who also loves this maid. Tell the tale to him, and say that if he would save her from great dangers he had best find some secret hiding place among the Christians, for her and her companion, until means can be found to ship them far from Rome. What think you of that plan, my Libyan friend?" "I think that it is good, but not good enough," answered Nehushta. "I think that we had best depart with the lady, your wife, this very hour, for who can tell how soon the dogs will be laid upon our slot?" "And what say you, maid Miriam?" asked Gallus. "I? Oh! I thank you for your thought, and I say: let us hide in any place you will, even a drain or a stable, if it will save me from Domitian." 2 hours later, in a humble and densely peopled quarter of the city, such as in our own day we should call a slum, where folk were employed making those articles which ministered to the comfort or the luxury of the more fortunate, a certain master carpenter known as Septimus was seated at his midday meal in a little chamber above his workshop. His hands were rough with toil, and the dust of his trade was upon his garments and even powdered over his long grey beard, so that at first sight it would not have been easy to recognize in him that Cyril who was a bishop among the Christians. Yet it was he, one of the foremost of the faith in Rome. A woman entered the room and spoke with him in a low voice. "The Dame Julia, the wife of Gallus, and 2 others with her," he said. "Well, we need fear none whom she brings. Lead them hither." Presently the door opened and Julia appeared, followed by 2 veiled figures. He raised his hands to bless her, then checked himself. "Daughter, who are these?" he said. "Declare yourselves," said Julia, and at her bidding Miriam and Nehushta unveiled. At the sight of Miriam's face the bishop started, then turned to study that of her companion. "Who vouches for this woman?" he asked. "I vouch for myself," answered Nehushta, "seeing that I am a Christian who received baptism a generation since at the hands of the holy John, and who stood to pay the price of faith in the arena at Caesarea." "Is it so?" asked the bishop of Miriam. "It is so," she answered. "This Libyan was the servant of my grandmother. She nursed both my mother and myself, and many a time has saved my life. Have no fear, she is faithful." "Your pardon," said the bishop with a grave smile and addressing Nehushta, "but you who are old will know that the Christian who entertains strangers sometimes entertains a devil." Then he lifted up his hands and blessed them, greeting them in the name of their master. "So, Maid Miriam," he said, still smiling, "it would seem that I was no false prophet, and though you walked in the Triumph and were sold in the slave ring—for this much I have heard—still the angel of the Lord went with you." "Father, he went with me," she answered, "and he leads me here." Then they told him all the tale, and how Miriam sought a refuge from Domitian. He looked at her, stroking his long beard. "Is there anything you can do?" he asked. "Anything useful, I mean. But perhaps that is a foolish question, seeing that women, especially those who are well favoured, do not learn a trade." "I have learnt a trade," answered Miriam, flushing a little. "Once I was held of some account as a sculptor. Indeed I have heard that your Emperor Nero decreed divine honours to a bust from my hand." The bishop laughed outright. "The Emperor Nero! Well, the poor madman has gone to his own place, so let us say no more of him. But I heard of that bust. Indeed I saw it. It was a likeness of Marcus Fortunatus, was it not, and in its fashion a great work? But our people do not make such things. We are artisans, not artists." "The artisan should be an artist," said Miriam, setting her mouth. "Perhaps, but as a rule he isn't. Do you think that you could mould lamps?" "There is nothing I should like better, that is if I am not forced to copy one pattern," she added as an afterthought. "Then," said the bishop, "I think, daughter, that I can show you how to earn a living, where none are likely to seek you." Not 100 paces away from the carpenter's shop where the master craftsman, Septimus, worked, was another manufactory, in which vases, basins, lamps, and all such articles were designed, moulded and baked. The customers who frequented the place, wholesale merchants for the most part, noted from and after the day of this interview a new workwoman, who, so far as her rough blouse permitted them to judge, seemed to be young and pretty, seated in a corner apart, beneath a window by the light of which she laboured. Later on they observed also, those of them who had any taste, that among the lamps produced by the factory appeared some of singular and charming design, so good, indeed, that although the makers reaped little extra benefit, the middlemen found no difficulty in disposing of these pieces at a high price. All day long Miriam sat fashioning them, while old Nehushta, who had learnt something of the task years ago by Jordan, prepared and tempered the clay and carried the finished work to the furnace. Now, though none would have guessed it, in this workshop all the labourers were Christians, and the product of their toil was cast into a common treasury on the proceeds of which they lived, taking, each of them, such share as their elders might decree, and giving the surplus to brethren who had need, or to the sick. Connected with these shops were lodging-houses, mean enough to look at, but clean within. At the top of one of them, up 3 flights of narrow stairs, Miriam and Nehushta dwelt in a large attic that was very hot when the sun shone on the roof, and very cold in the bitter winds and rains of winter. In other respects, however, the room was not unpleasant, since being so high there were few smells and little noise; also the air that blew in at the windows was fresh and odorous of the open lands beyond the city. So there they dwelt in peace, for none came to search for the costly and beautiful Pearl Maiden in those squalid courts, occupied by working folk of the meaner sort. By day they laboured, and at night they rested, ministering and ministered to in the community of Christian brotherhood, and, notwithstanding their fears and anxieties for themselves and another, were happier than they had been for years. So the weeks went by. Very soon tidings came to them, for these Christians knew of all that passed in the great city. Also, when they met in the catacombs at night, as was their custom, especially upon the Lord's Day, Julia gave them news. From her they learned that they had done wisely to flee her house. Within 3 hours of their departure, indeed before Julia had returned there, officers arrived to inquire whether they had seen anything of the Jewish captive named Pearl Maiden, who had been sold in the Forum on the previous night, and, as they said, escaped from her purchaser, on whose behalf they searched. Gallus received them, and, not being a Christian, lied boldly, vowing that he had seen nothing of the girl since he gave her over into the charge of the servants of Cæsar upon the morning of the Triumph. So suspecting no guile they departed and troubled his household no more. From the palace of Domitian Marcus was taken to his prison near the Temple of Mars. Here, because of his wealth and rank, because also he made appeal to Cæsar and was therefore as yet uncondemned of any crime, he found himself well treated. 2 good rooms were given him to live in, and his own steward, Stephanus, was allowed to attend him and provide him with food and all he needed. Also upon giving his word that he would attempt no escape, he was allowed to walk in the gardens between the prison and the temple, and to receive his friends at any hour of the day. His first visitor was the chamberlain, SATURIUS, who began by condoling with him over his misfortune and most undeserved position. Marcus cut him short. "Why am I here?" he asked. "Because, most noble Marcus, you have been so unlucky as to incur the displeasure of a very powerful man." "Why does Domitian persecute me?" he asked again. "How innocent are you soldiers?" said the chamberlain. "I will answer your question by another. Why do you buy beautiful captives upon whom royalty chances to have set its heart?" Marcus thought a moment, then said, "Is there any way out of this trouble?" "My lord Marcus, I came to show you one. Nobody really believes that you of all men failed in your duty up there in Jerusalem. Why, the thing is absurd, as even those carpet captains before whom you were tried knew well. Still, your position is most awkward. There is evidence against you—of a sort. Vespasian will not interfere, for he is aware that this is some private matter of Domitian's, and having had one quarrel with his son over the captive, Pearl Maiden, he does not wish for another over the man who bought her. No, he will say, this prefect was one of the friends and officers of Titus. Let Titus settle the affair as it may please him when he returns." "At least Titus will do me justice," said Marcus. "Yes, without doubt, but what will that justice be? Titus issued an edict. Have you ever known him to go back upon his edicts, even to save a friend? Titus declared throughout his own camps those Romans who were taken prisoner by the Jews to be worthy of death or disgrace, and 2 of them, common men and cowards, have been publicly disgraced in the eyes of Rome. you were taken prisoner by the Jews and have returned alive, unfortunately for yourself, to incur the dislike of Domitian, who has raked up a matter that otherwise never would have been mooted. Now, he says to Titus, show justice and no favor, as you showed in the case of the captive Pearl Maiden, whom you refused to the prayer of your only brother, saying that she must be sold according to your decree. Even if he loves you dearly, as I believe he does, what, my lord Marcus, can Titus answer to that argument, especially as he also seeks no further quarrel with Domitian? You said you came to show me a way to safety. Yet you tell me that my feet are set in a path of disgrace and death. Must this way of yours, then, be paved with gold? No, answered SATURIUS dryly, with pearls. Oh, I will be plain. Give up that necklace? And its wearer. What do you answer? Now Marcus understood, and a saying that he heard on the lips of Miriam arose in his mind, though he knew not whence it came. I answer, he said with set face and flashing eyes, that I will not cast pearls before swine. A pretty message from a prisoner to his judge, replied the chamberlain with a curious smile. But have no fear, noble Marcus, it shall not be delivered. I am not paid to tell my royal master the truth. Think again. I have thought, answered Marcus. I do not know where the maiden is and therefore cannot deliver her to Domitian, nor would I if I could. Rather I will be disgraced and perish. I suppose, mused SATURIUS, that this is what they call true love, and to speak plainly, he added with a burst of candour, I find it admirable and worthy of a noble Roman. My lord Marcus, my mission has failed, yet I pray that the fates may order your deliverance from your enemies, and, in reward for these persecutions, bring back to you unharmed that maiden whom you desire, but whom I go to seek. Farewell. 2 days later Stephanus, the steward of Marcus who waited upon him in his prison, announced that a man who said his name was Septimus wished speech with him, but would say nothing of his business. Admit him, said Marcus, for I grow weary of my own company, and letting his head fall upon his hand he stared through the bars of his prison window. Presently he heard a sound behind him, and looked round to see an old man clad in the robe of a master workman, whose pure and noble face seemed in a strange contrast to his rough garments and toil-scarred hands. Be seated and tell me your business, said Marcus courteously, and with a bow his visitor obeyed. My business, my lord Marcus, he said in an educated and refined voice, is to minister to those who are in trouble. Then, sir, your feet have led you aright, answered Marcus with a sad laugh, for this is the house of trouble and you see I am its inhabitant. I know, and I know the cause. Marcus looked at him curiously. Are you a Christian, sir? He asked. Nay, do not fear to answer. I have friends who are Christians, and he sighed, nor could I harm you if I would, who wish harm to none, least of all a Christian. My lord Marcus, I fear hurt at no man's hand. Also the days of Nero have gone by and Vespasian reigns, who molests us not. I am CYRIL, a bishop of the Christians in Rome, and if you will hear me I am come to preach to you my faith, which, I trust, may yet be yours. Marcus stared at the man. It was to him a matter of amazement that this priest should take so much trouble for a stranger. Then a thought struck him and he asked, What fee do you charge for these lessons in a new religion? The bishop's pale face flushed. "Sir," he answered, "if you wish to reject my message, do it without insult. I do not sell the grace of God for lucre." Again Marcus was impressed. "Your pardon," he said, "yet I have known priests take money, though it is true they were never of your faith. Who told you about me?" "One, my lord Marcus, to whom you have behaved well," answered Cyril gravely. Marcus sprang from his seat. "Do you mean—" he began and paused, looking round him fearfully. "Yes," replied the bishop in a whisper, "I mean Miriam. Fear not, she and her companions are in my charge, and for the present, safe. Seek to know no more, lest perchance their secret should be wrung from you. I and her brethren in the Lord will protect her to the last." Marcus began to pour out his thanks. "Thank me not," interrupted Cyril, "for what is at once my duty and my joy." "Friend Cyril," said Marcus, "the maid is in great danger. I have just learned that Domitian's spies hunt through Rome to find her, who, when she is found, will be spirited to his palace and a fate that you can guess. She must escape from Rome. Let her fly to Tyre, where she has friends and property. There, if she lies hid awhile, she will be molested by none." The bishop shook his head. "I have thought of it," he said, "but it is scarcely possible. The officers at every port have orders to search all ships that sail with passengers, and detain any woman on them who answers to the description of her who was called Pearl Maiden. This I know for certain, for I also have my officers, more faithful perhaps than those of Cæsar," and he smiled. "Is there no means to get her out of Rome and across the sea?" "I can think of only one, which would cost more money than we poor Christians can command. It is that a ship be bought in the name of some merchant and manned with sailors who can be trusted, such as I know how to find. Then she could be taken aboard at night, for on such a vessel there would be no right of search nor any to betray." "Find the ship and trusty men and I will find the money," said Marcus, "for I still have gold at hand and means of raising more." "I will make inquiries," answered Cyril, "and speak with you further on the matter. Indeed it is not necessary that you should give this money, since such a ship and her cargo, if she comes there safely, should sell at a great profit in the eastern ports. Meanwhile have no fear. In the protection of God and her brethren the maid is safe." "I hope so," said Marcus devoutly. "Now, if you have the time to spare, tell me of this God of whom you Christians speak so much but who seems so far away from man." "But who, in the words of the great apostle, my master, in truth is not far from any one of us," answered Cyril. "Now hearken, and may your heart be opened." Then he began his labour of conversion, reasoning till the sun sank and it was time for the prison gates to close. "Come to me again," said Marcus as they parted, "I would hear more." "Of Miriam or of my message?" asked Cyril with a smile. "Of both," answered Marcus. 4 days went by before Cyril returned. They were heavy days for Marcus, since on the morrow of the bishop's visit he had learned that as Saturius had foretold, Vespasian refused to consider his case, saying that it must abide the decision of Titus when he came back to Rome. Meanwhile, he commanded that the accused officer should remain in prison, but that no judgment should issue against him. Here, then, Marcus was doomed to lie, fretting out his heart like a lion in a cage. From Cyril Marcus learned that Miriam was well and sent him her greetings, since she dared neither visit him nor write. The bishop told him also that he had found a certain Grecian mariner, Hector by name, a Roman citizen, who was a Christian and faithful. This man desired to sail for the coasts of Syria and was competent to steer a vessel thither. Also he thought that he could collect a crew of Christians and Jews who might be trusted. Lastly, he knew of several small galleys that were for sale, one of which, named the Luna, was a very good ship and almost new. Cyril told him, moreover, that he had seen Gallus and his wife Julia, and that these good people, having no more ties in Rome, partly because they desired to leave the city, and partly for love of Miriam, though more the second reason than the first, were willing to sell their house and goods and sail with her to Syria. Marcus asked how much money would be needed, and when Cyril named the sum, sent for Stephanus and commanded him to raise it and to pay it over to the craftsman Septimus, taking his receipt in discharge. This Septimus promised to do readily enough by a certain day, believing that the gold was needed for his master's ransom. Then having settled all as well as might be, Cyril took up his tale and preached to Marcus of the Saviour of the world with great earnestness and power. Thus the days went on, and twice or thrice every week Cyril visited Marcus, giving him tidings and instructing him in the faith. Now the ship Luna was bought and most of her crew hired. Also a cargo of such goods as would be saleable in Syria was being laid into her hold at Ostia, the Greek, Hector, giving it out that this was a private venture of his own and some other merchants. As the man was well known for a bold trader who had bought and sold in many lands, his tale caused neither wonder nor suspicion, none knowing that the capital was furnished by the steward of the prisoner Marcus through him who passed as the master craftsman and contractor Septimus. Indeed, until the after days Miriam did not know this herself, for it was kept from her by the special command of Marcus, and if Nehushta guessed the truth she held her tongue. 2 full months had gone by. Marcus still languished in prison, for Titus had not yet returned to Rome, but as he learned from Cyril, Domitian wearied somewhat of his fruitless search for Miriam, although he still vowed vengeance against the rival who had robbed him. The ship Luna was laden and ready for sea. Indeed, if the wind and weather were favourable, she was to sail within a week. Gallus and Julia, having wound up their affairs, had removed to Ostia, whither Miriam was to be brought secretly on the night of the sailing of the Luna. Marcus was now at heart a Christian, but as yet had refused to accept baptism. Thus matters stood when Cyril visited the prison bringing with him Miriam's farewell message to her lover. It was very short. "Tell Marcus," she said, "that I go because he bids me, and that I know not whether we shall meet again. Say that perhaps it is best that we should not meet, since for reasons which he knows, even if he should still wish it, we may not marry. Say that in life or death I am his, and his only, and that until my last hour my thought and prayer will be for him. May he be delivered from all those troubles which, as I fear, I have brought upon him, through no will of mine. May he forgive me for them and let my love and gratitude make some amends for all that I have done amiss." To this Marcus answered, "Tell Miriam that from my heart I thank her for her message, and that my desire is that she should be gone from Rome so soon as may be, since here danger dogs her steps. Tell her that although it is true that mine has brought me shame and sorrow, still I give her love for love, and that if I come living from my prison I will follow her to Tyre and speak further of these matters. If I die, I pray that good fortune may attend her and that from time to time she will make the offering of an hour's thought to the spirit which once was Marcus. Chapter 28 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 28, The Lamp. If Domitian at length slackened in his fruitless search for Miriam, Caleb, whose whole heart was in the hunt, proved more diligent. Still, he could find no trace of her. At first he made sure that if she was in Rome she would return to visit her friends and protectors, Gallus and his wife, and in hope of thus discovering her, Caleb caused a constant watch to be kept on their abode. But Miriam never came there, nor, although their footsteps were dogged from day to day, did they lead him to her, since in truth Julia and Miriam met only in the catacombs, where he and his spies dared not venture. Soon, however, Gallus discovered that his home was kept under observation and its inmates tracked from place to place. It was this knowledge indeed which, more than any other circumstance, brought him to make up his mind to depart from Rome and dwell in Syria, since he said that he would no longer live in a city where night by night he and his were hunted like jackals. But when he left for Ostia, to wait there till the ship Luna was ready, Caleb followed him, and in that small town soon found out all his plans, learning that he meant to sail with his wife in the vessel. Then, as he could hear nothing of Miriam, he returned to Rome. After all, it was by chance that he discovered her and not through his own cleverness. Needing a lamp for his chamber, he entered a shop where such things were sold, and examined those that the merchant offered to him. Presently he perceived one of the strange design of two palms with intertwining trunks and feathery heads nodding apart, having a lamp hanging by a little chain from the topmost frond of each of them. The shape of the trees struck him as familiar, and he let his eye run down their stems until it reached the base, which, to support so tall a piece, was large. Yes, the palms grew upon a little bank, and there beneath the water rippled, while between bank and water was a long, smooth stone, pointed at one end. Then in a flash Caleb recognized the place, as well he might, seeing that on many and many an evening had he and Miriam sat side by side upon that stone, angling for fish in the muddy stream of Jordan. There was no doubt about it, and, look, half hidden in the shadow of the stone lay a great fish, the biggest that ever he had caught. He could swear to it, for its back fin was split. A mist came before Caleb's eyes and in it across the years he saw himself a boy again. There he stood, his rod of reed bent double and the thin line strained almost to breaking, while on the waters of Jordan a great fish splashed and rolled. "I cannot pull him in," he cried. "The line will never bear it and the bank is steep. Oh, Miriam, we shall lose him." Then there was a splash, and, behold! the girl at his side had sprung into the swiftly running river. Though its waters, reaching to her neck, washed her down the stream, she hugged to her young breast that great, slippery fish, yes, and gripped its back fin between her teeth, till with the aid of his reed rod he drew them both to land. "I will buy that lamp," said Caleb presently. "The design pleases me. What artist made it?" The merchant shrugged his shoulders. "Sir, I do not know," he answered. "These goods are supplied to us with many others, such as joinery and carving, by one Septimus, who is a contractor and, they say, a head priest among the Christians, employing many hands at his shops in the poor streets yonder. One or more of them must be designers of taste, since of late we have received from him some lamps of great beauty." Then the man was called away to attend to another customer and Caleb paid for his lamp. That evening at dusk Caleb, bearing the lamp in his hand, found his way to the workshop of Septimus, only to discover that the part of the factory where lamps were moulded was already closed. A girl who had just shut the door, seeing him stand perplexed before it, asked civilly if she could help him. "Maiden," he answered, "I am in trouble who wish to find her who moulded this lamp, so that I may order others, but am told that she has left her work for the day." "Yes," said the maiden, looking at the lamp, which evidently she recognized. "It is pretty, is it not? Well, cannot you return to-morrow?" "Alas, no, I expect to be leaving Rome for a while, so I fear that I must go elsewhere." The girl reflected to herself that it would be a pity if the order were lost, and with it the commission which she might divide with the maker of the lamp. "It is against the rules, but I will show you where she lives," she said, "and if she is there, which is probable, for I have never seen her or her companion go out at night, you can tell her your wishes." Caleb thanked the girl and followed her through sundry tortuous lanes to a court surrounded by old houses. "If you go in there," she said, pointing to a certain doorway, "and climb to the top of the stairs, I forget whether there are 3 or 4 flights, you will find the makers of the lamp in the roof rooms. Oh, sir, I thank you, but I expected nothing. Good night." At length Caleb stood at the head of the stairs, which were both steep, narrow, and in the dark hard to climb. Before him, at the end of a rickety landing, a small ill-fitting door stood ajar. There was light within the room beyond, and from it came a sound of voices. Caleb crept up to the door and listened, for as the floor below was untenanted he knew that none could see him. Bending down he looked through the space between the door and its framework and his heart stood still. There, standing full in the lamplight, clothed in a pure white robe, for her rough working dress lay upon a stool beside her, was Miriam herself, her elbow leaning on the curtained window-place. She was talking to Nehushta, who, her back bent almost double over a little charcoal fire, was engaged in cooking their supper. "Think," she was saying, "only think, Nu, our last night in this hateful city, and then, instead of that stifling workshop and the terror of Domitian, the open sea and the fresh salt wind and nobody to fear but God. Luna. Is it not a beautiful name for a ship? I can see her, all silver." "Peace," said Nehushta. "Are you mad, girl, to talk so loud? I thought I heard a sound upon the stairs just now." "It is only the rats," answered Miriam cheerfully, "no one ever comes up here. I tell you that were it not for Marcus I could weep with joy." Caleb crept back to the head of the stairs and down several steps, which he began to reascend noisily, grumbling at their gloom and steepness. Then, before the women even had time to shut the door, he thrust it wide and walked straight into the room. "Your pardon," he began, then added quietly, "Why, Miriam, when we parted on the gate Nicanor, who could have foretold that we should live to meet again here in a Roman attic? And you, Nehushta. Why, we were separated in the fray outside the temple walls, though, indeed, I think that I saw you in a strange place some months ago, namely, the slave ring on the Forum." "Caleb," asked Miriam in a hollow voice, "what is your business here?" "Well, Miriam, it began with a desire for a replica of this lamp, which reminds me of a spot familiar to my childhood. Do you remember it? Now that I have found who is the lamp maker—" "Cease fooling," broke in Nehushta. "Bird of ill omen, you have come to drag your prey back to the shame and ruin which she has escaped." "I was not always called thus," answered Caleb, flushing, "when I rescued you from the house at Tyre for instance, or when I risked my life, Miriam, to throw you food upon the gate Nicanor. Nay, I come to save you from Domitian." "And to take her for yourself," answered Nehushta. "Oh, we Christians also have eyes to see and ears to hear, and, black-hearted traitor that you are, we know all your shame. We know of your bargain with the chamberlain of Domitian, by which the body of the slave was to be the price of the life of her buyer. We know how you swore away the honor of your rival, Marcus, with false testimony, and how from week to week you have quartered Rome as a vulture quarters the sky till at length you have smelt out the quarry. Well, she is helpless, but one is strong, and may his vengeance fall upon your life and soul." Suddenly Nehushta's voice, that had risen to a scream, died away, and she stood before him threatening him with her bony fists, and searching his face with her burning eyes, a vengeance incarnate. "Peace, woman, peace," said Caleb, shrinking back before her. "Spare your reproaches. If I have sinned much it is because I have loved more." "And hate most of all," added Nehushta. "Oh, Caleb," broke in Miriam, "if as you say you love me, why should you deal thus with me? You know well that I do not love you after this sort, no, and never can, and even if you keep me from Domitian, who does but make a tool of you, what would it advantage you to take a woman who leaves her heart elsewhere? Also I may never marry you for that same reason that I may not marry Marcus, because my faith is and must remain apart from yours. Would you make a base slave of your old playmate, Caleb? Would you bring her to the level of a dancing girl? Oh, let me go in peace." "Upon the ship Luna," said Caleb sullenly. Miriam gasped. So he knew their plans. "Yes," she replied desperately, "upon the ship Luna, to find such a fate as heaven may give me. At least to be at peace and free. For your soul's sake, Caleb, let me go. Once years ago you swore that you would not force yourself upon me against my will. Will you break that oath today?" "I swore also, Miriam, that it should go ill with any man who came between you and me. Shall I break that oath today? Give yourself to me of your own will and save Marcus. Refuse and I will bring him to his death. Choose now between me and your lover's life." "Are you a coward that you should lay such a choice upon me, Caleb?" "Call me what you will. Choose." Miriam clasped her hands and for a moment stood looking upwards. Then a light of purpose grew upon her face and she answered: "Caleb, I have chosen, do your worst. The fate of Marcus is not in my hands, or your hands, but in the hands of God; nor, unless he wills it, can one hair of his head be harmed by you or by Domitian. For is it not written in the book of your own law that the king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, he turneth it whithersoever he will? But my honor is my own, and to stain it would be a sin for which I alone must answer to heaven and to Marcus, dead or living. Marcus, who would curse and spit upon me did I attempt to buy his safety at such a price." "Is that your last word, Miriam?" "It is. If it pleases you by false witness and by murder to destroy the man who once spared you, then if such a thing be suffered, have your will and reap its fruits. I make no bargain with you, for myself or for him. Do your worst to both of us." "So be it," said Caleb with a bitter laugh, "but I think that the ship Luna will lack her fairest passenger." Miriam sank down upon a seat and covered her face with her hands, a piteous sight in her misery and terror which, notwithstanding her bold words, she could not conceal. Caleb walked to the door and paused there, while the white-haired Nehushta stood by the brazier of charcoal and watched them both with her fierce eyes. Presently Caleb glanced round at Miriam crouched by the window and a strange new look came into his face. "I cannot do it," he said slowly, each word falling heavily from his lips like single raindrops from a cloud, or the slow blood from a mortal wound. Miriam let her hands slip from her face and stared at him. "Miriam," he said, "you are right. I have sinned against you and this man Marcus. Now I will expiate my sin. Your secret is safe with me, and since you hate me I will never see you more. Miriam, we look upon each other for the last time. Further, if I can, I will work for the deliverance of Marcus and help him to join you in Tyre, whither the Luna is bound. Is she not? Farewell." Once again he turned to go, but it would seem that his eyes were blinded, or his brain was dulled by the agony that worked within. At least Caleb caught his foot in the ancient uneven boards, stumbled, and fell heavily upon his face. Instantly, with a low hiss of hate and a spring like that of a cat, Nehushta was upon him. Thrusting her knees upon his back she seized the nape of his neck with her left hand and with her right drew a dagger from her bosom. "Forbear," said Miriam. "Touch him with that knife and we part forever. Nay, I mean it. I myself will hand you to the officer, even if he hales me to Domitian." Then Nehushta rose to her feet. "Fool," she said, "fool, to trust to that man of double moods, whose mercy tonight will be vengeance tomorrow. Oh, you are undone! Alas, you are undone!" Regaining his feet Caleb looked at her contemptuously. "Had you stabbed she might have been undone indeed," he said. "Now, as of old, there is little wisdom in that grey head of yours, Nehushta, nor can your hate suffer you to understand the intermingled good and evil of my heart." Then he advanced to Miriam, lifted her hand and kissed it. With a sudden movement she proffered him her brow. "Nay," he said, "tempt me not, it is not for me. Farewell." Another instant and he was gone. It would seem that Caleb kept his word, for 3 days later the vessel Luna sailed unmolested from the port of Ostia in the charge of the Greek captain Hector, having on board Miriam, Nehushta, Julia, and Gallus. Within a week of this sailing Titus at length returned to Rome. Here in due course the case of Marcus was brought before him by the prisoner's friends, together with a demand that he should be granted a new and open trial for the clearing of his honor. Titus, who for his own reasons refused to see Marcus, listened patiently, then gave his decision. He rejoiced, he said, to learn that his close friend and trusted officer was still alive, since he had long mourned him as dead. He grieved that in his absence he should have been put upon his trial on the charge of having been taken captive, living, by the Jews, which, if Marcus upon his arrival in Rome had at once reported himself to him, would not have happened. He dismissed all accusations against his military honor and courage as mere idle talk, since he had 100 times proved him to be the bravest of men, and knew, moreover, something of the circumstances under which he was captured. But, however willing he might be to do so, he was unable for public reasons to disregard the fact that he had been duly convicted by a court-martial, under Prince Domitian, of having broken the command of his general and suffered himself to be taken prisoner alive. To do so would be to proclaim himself, Titus, unjust, who had caused others to suffer for this same offence, and to offer insult to the prince, his brother, who in the exercise of his discretion as commander in his absence, had thought fit to order the trial. Still, his punishment should be of the lightest possible. He commanded that on leaving his prison Marcus should go straight to his own house by night, so that there might be no public talk or demonstration among his friends, and there make such arrangement of his affairs as seemed good to him. Further, he commanded that within 10 days he should leave Italy, to dwell or travel abroad for a period of 3 years, unless the time should be shortened by some special decree. After the lapse of these 3 years he would be free to return to Rome. This was his judgment and it could not be altered. As it chanced, it was the chamberlain SATURIUS who first communicated the imperial decree to Marcus. Hurrying straight from the palace to the prison he was admitted into the prisoner's chamber. "Well," said Marcus, looking up, "what evil tidings have you now?" "None, none," answered SATURIUS. "I have very good tidings, and that is why I run so fast. You are only banished for 3 years, thanks to my secret efforts," and he smiled craftily. "Even your property is left to you, a fact which will, I trust, enable you to reward your friends for their labors on your behalf." "Tell me all," and the rogue obeyed, while Marcus listened with a face of stone. "Why did Titus decide thus?" he asked when it was finished. "Speak frankly, man, if you wish for a reward." "Because, noble Marcus, Domitian had been with him beforehand and told him that if he reversed his public judgment it would be a cause of open quarrel between them. This, Caesar, who fears his brother, does not seek. That is why he would not see you, lest his love for his friend should overcome his reason." "So the prince is still my enemy?" "Yes, and more bitter than before, since he cannot find the Pearl Maiden, and is sure that you have spirited her away. Be advised by me and leave Rome quickly, lest worse things befall you." "Aye," said Marcus, "I will leave Rome quickly, for how shall I abide here who have lost my honor? Yet first it may please your master to know that by now the lady whom he seeks is far across the sea. Get you gone, you fox, for I desire to be alone." The face of SATURIUS became evil. "Is that all you have to say?" he asked. "Am I to win no reward?" "If you stay longer," said Marcus, "you will win one which you do not desire." Then SATURIUS went, but without the door he turned and shook his fist towards the chamber he had left. "Fox," he muttered. "He called me fox and gave me nothing. Well, foxes may find some pickings on his bones." The chamberlain's road to the palace ran past the place of business of the merchant Demetrius. He stopped and looked at it. "Perhaps this one will be more liberal," he said to himself, and entered. In his private office he found Caleb alone, his face buried in his hands. Seating himself he plunged into his tale, ending it with an apology to Caleb for the lightness of the sentence inflicted upon Marcus. Titus would do no more, he said. Indeed, were it not for the fear of Domitian, he could have not been brought to do so much, for he loves the man, who has been a prefect of his bodyguard, and was deeply grieved that he must disgrace him. Still, disgraced he is, and he feels it. Therefore I trust that you, most generous Demetrius, who hate him, will remember the service of your servant in this matter." "Yes," said Caleb quietly, "fear not, you shall be well paid, for you have done your best." "I thank you, friend," answered Saturius, rubbing his hands, "and, after all, things may be better than they seem. That insolent fool let out just now that the girl about whom there is all this bother has been smuggled away somewhere across the seas. When Domitian learns that, he will be so mad with anger that he may be worked up to take a little vengeance of his own upon the person of the noble Marcus, who has thus contrived to trick him. Also Marcus shall not get the Pearl Maiden, for the prince will cause her to be followed and brought back to you, worthy Demetrius." "Then," answered Caleb, slowly, "he must seek for her, not across the sea, but in its depths." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I have tidings that Pearl Maiden escaped in the ship Luna hard upon a month ago. This morning the captain and some mariners of the galley Imperatrix arrived in Rome. They report that they met a great gale off Rhegium, and towards the end of it saw a vessel sink. Afterwards they picked up a sailor clinging to a piece of wood, who told them that the ship's name was Luna and that she foundered with all hands." "Have you seen this sailor?" "No. He died of exhaustion soon after he was rescued. But I have seen the men of the galley, who brought me note of certain goods consigned to me in her hold. They repeated this story to me with their own lips." "So, after all, she whom so many sought was destined to the arms of Neptune, as became a pearl," reflected Saturius. "Well, well, as Domitian cannot be revenged upon Neptune he will be the more wroth with the man who sent her to that god. Now I go to tell him all these tidings and to learn his mind." "You will return and acquaint me with it, will you not?" asked Caleb, looking up. "Certainly, and at once. Our account is not yet balanced, most generous Demetrius." "No," answered Caleb, "our accounts are not yet balanced." 2 hours later the chamberlain reappeared in the office. "Well," said Caleb, "how does it go?" "Ill, very ill for Marcus, and well, very well for those who hate him, as you and I do, friend. Oh, never have I seen my imperial master so enraged. Indeed, when he learned that Pearl Maiden had escaped and was drowned, so that he could have no hope of her this side the Styx, it was almost dangerous to be near him. He cursed Titus for the lightness of his sentence. He cursed you. He cursed me. But I turned his wrath into the right channel. I showed him that for all these ills Marcus, and Marcus alone, is to blame, Marcus who is to pay the price of them with a 3 years' pleasant banishment from Rome, which doubtless will be remitted presently. I tell you that Domitian wept and gnashed his teeth at the thought of it, until I showed him a better plan, knowing that it would please you, friend Demetrius." "What plan?" Saturius rose, and having looked round to see that the door was fastened, came and whispered into Caleb's ear. "Look you, after sunset tonight, that is within 2 hours, Marcus is to be put out of his prison and conducted to the side door of his own house, that beneath the archway, where he is ordered to remain until he leaves Rome. In this house is no one except an old man, the steward Stephanus, and a slave woman. Well, before he gets there, certain trusty fellows, such as Domitian knows how to lay his hands upon, will have entered the house, and having secured the steward and the woman, will await the coming of Marcus beneath the archway. You can guess the rest. Is it not well conceived?" "Very well," answered Caleb. "But may there not be suspicion?" "None, none. Who would dare to suspect Domitian? A private crime, doubtless. The rich have so many enemies." What Saturius did not add was that nobody would suspect Domitian because the masked bravos were instructed to inform the steward and the slave when they had bound and gagged them, that they were hired to do the deed of blood by a certain merchant named Demetrius, otherwise Caleb the Jew, who had an ancient quarrel against Marcus, which, already, he had tried to satisfy by giving false evidence before the court-martial. "Now," went on Saturius, "I must be going, for there are one or two little things which need attention, and time presses. Shall we balance that account, friend Demetrius?" "Certainly," said Caleb, and taking a roll of gold from a drawer he pushed it across the table. Saturius shook his head sadly. "I laid it at twice as much," he said. "Think how you hate him and how richly your hate will be fed. First disgraced unjustly, he, one of the best soldiers and bravest captains in the army, and then hacked to death by cutthroats in the doorway of his own house. What more could you want?" "Nothing," answered Caleb. "Only the man isn't dead yet. Sometimes the fates have strange surprises for us mortals, friend Saturius." "Dead? He will be dead soon enough." "Good. You shall have the rest of the money when I have seen his body. No, I don't want any bungling, and that's the best way to make certain." "I wonder," thought Saturius, as he departed out of the office and this history, "I wonder how I shall manage to get the balance of my fee before they have my Jewish friend by the heels. But it can be arranged. Doubtless it can be arranged." When he had gone, Caleb, who, it would seem, also had things which needed attention and felt that time pressed, took pen and wrote a short letter. Next he summoned a clerk and gave orders that it was to be delivered 2 hours after sunset, not before. Meanwhile, he enclosed it in an outer wrapping so that the address was not seen. This done, he sat still for a time, his lips moving, almost as though he were engaged in prayer. Then, seeing that it was the hour of sunset, he rose, wrapped himself in a long dark cloak, such as was worn by Roman officers, and went Chapter 29 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 29, How Marcus Changed His Faith. Caleb was not the only one who heard the evil tidings of the ship Luna. It came to the ears of the bishop Cyril also, since little of any moment passed within the city of Rome which the Christians did not know. Like Caleb, he satisfied himself of the truth of the matter by an interview with the captain of the Imperatrix. Then with a sorrowful heart he departed to the prison near the Temple of Mars. Here the warden told him that Marcus wished to see no one, but answering "Friend, my business will not wait." He pushed past the man and entered the room beyond. Marcus was standing up in the centre of it, in his hand a drawn sword of the short Roman pattern, which, on catching sight of his visitor, he cast upon the table with an exclamation of impatience. It fell beside a letter addressed to "The Lady Miriam in Tyre," to be given into her own hand. "Peace be with you," said the bishop, searching his face with quiet eyes. "I thank you, friend," answered Marcus, smiling strangely. "I need peace, and seek it." "Son," asked the bishop, "what were you about to do?" "Friend," answered Marcus, "if you desire to know, I was about to fall upon my sword. One more minute and I should have been dead. They brought it me with the cloak and other things. It was thoughtful of them, and I guessed their meaning." Cyril lifted the sword from the table and cast it into a corner of the room. "God be thanked," he said, "who led my feet here in time to save you from this sin. Why? Because it has pleased him to take her life, should you seek to take your own." "Her life?" said Marcus. "What dreadful words are these? Her life? Whose life?" "The life of Miriam. I came to tell you, she is drowned upon the seas with all her company." For a moment Marcus stood swaying to and fro like a drunken man. Then he said: "Is it so indeed? Well, the more reason that I should make haste to follow her. Be gone and leave me to do the deed alone," and he stepped towards the sword. Cyril set his foot upon the shining blade. "What is this madness?" he asked. "If you did not know of Miriam's death, why do you desire to kill yourself?" "Because I have lost more than Miriam. Man, they have robbed me of my honor. By the decree of Titus, I, Marcus, am branded a coward. Yes, Titus, at whose side I have fought a score of battles, Titus, from whom I have warded many a blow, has banished me from Rome." "Tell me of this thing," said Cyril. So Marcus told him all. Cyril listened in silence, then said sternly: "Is it for this that you would kill yourself? Is your honor lessened by a decree based upon false evidence, and given for reasons of policy? Do you cease to be honorable because others are dishonorable, and would you, a soldier, fly from battle? Now, indeed, Marcus, you show yourself a coward." "How can I live on who am so shamed?" he asked passionately. "My friends knew that I could not live, and that is why they wrapped a sword in yonder cloak and sent it to me. Also Miriam, you say, is dead." "Satan sent it to you, Marcus, desiring to fashion of your foolish pride a ladder down which you might climb to hell. Cast aside this base temptation which wears the mask of false honor. Face your trouble like a man, and conquer it by innocence and faith." "Miriam! What of Miriam?" "Yes, what of Miriam? How would she welcome you yonder, who come to greet her with your blood upon your hands? Oh, son, do you not understand that this is the trial laid upon you? You have been brought low that you might rise high. Once the world gave you all it had to give. You were rich, you were a captain among captains. You were high born. Men called you the fortunate. Then Christ appealed to you in vain, you put him by. What had you to do with the crucified carpenter of Galilee? Now by the plotting of your foes you have fallen. No longer do you rank high in your trade of blood. You are dismissed its service and an exile. The lesson of life has come home to you, Therefore you seek to escape from life rather than bide in it to do your duty through good and ill, heedless of what men say, and finding peace in the verdict of your own conscience. Let him whom you put by in your hours of pomp come to you now. Carry your cross with your shame as he carried his in his shame. In his light find light, in his peace find peace, and at the end her who has been taken from you a while. Has my spirit spoken in vain with your spirit during all these many weeks, son Marcus? Already you have told me that you believe, and now at the first breath of trouble will you go back upon that which you know to be the truth? Oh, once more listen to me, that your eyes may be opened before it is too late. Speak on, I hear you, said Marcus with a sigh. So Cyril pleaded with him in the passion of one inspired, and as Marcus hearkened his heart was softened and his purpose turned. I knew it all before, I believed it all before, he said at length, but I would not accept your baptism and become a member of your church. Why not, son? Because had I done so she would have thought and you might have thought, and perhaps I myself should have thought that I did it, as I once offered to do, to win her whom I desired above all things on earth. Now she is dead and it is otherwise. Shrive me, father, and do your office. So there in the prison cell the bishop Cyril took water and baptized the Roman Marcus into the body of the Christian Church. What shall I do now? Marcus asked as he rose from his knees. Once Caesar was my master, now you speak with the voice of Caesar. Command me. I do not speak, Christ speaks. Listen. I am called by the Church to go to Alexandria in Egypt, whither I sail within 3 days. Will you who are exiled from Rome come with me? There I can find you work to do. I have said that you are Caesar, answered Marcus. Now it is sunset and I am free. Accompany me to my house, I pray you, for there much business waits me in which I need counsel, who am overborne. So presently the gates were opened as Titus had commanded, and they went forth, attended only by a guard of 2 men, walking unnoted through the streets to the palace in the Via Agrippa. There is the door, said the sergeant of the guard, pointing to the side entrance of the house. Enter with your friend and, noble Marcus, fare you well. So they went to the archway, and finding the door ajar, passed through and shut it behind them. For a house where there is much to steal this is ill guarded, son. In Rome an open gate ought to have a watchman, said Cyril as he groped his way through the darkness of the arch. My steward Stephanus should be at hand, for the jailer advised him of my coming. Who never thought to come, began Marcus, then of a sudden stumbled heavily and was silent. What is it? Asked Cyril. By the feel one who is drunken, or dead. Some beggar, perhaps, who sleeps off his liquor here. By now Cyril was through the archway and in the little courtyard beyond. A light burns in that window, he said. Come, you know the path, guide me to it. We can return to this sleeper. Who seems hard to wake, added Marcus, as he led the way across the courtyard to the door of the offices. This also proved to be open and by it they entered the room where the steward kept his books and slept. Upon the table a lamp was burning, that which they had seen through the casement. Its light showed them a strange sight. An iron-bound box that was chained to the wall had been broken open and its contents rifled, for papers were strewn here and there, and on them lay an empty leathern money-bag. The furniture also was overturned as though in some struggle, while among it, one in the corner of the room and one beneath the marble table, which was too heavy to be moved, lay two figures, those of a man and a woman. "Murderers have been here," said Cyril with a groan. Marcus snatched the lamp from the table and held it to the face of the man in the corner. "It is Stephanus," he said, "Stephanus bound and gagged, but living, and the other is the slave woman. Hold the lamp while I loose them," and drawing his short sword, he cut away the bonds, first of one and then of the other. "Speak, man, speak," he said, as Stephanus struggled to his feet. "What has chanced here?" For some moments the old steward stared at him with round, frightened eyes. Then he gasped. "Oh, my lord, I thought you dead. They said that they had come to kill you by command of the Jew Caleb, he who gave the evidence." "They? Who?" asked Marcus. "I know not, 4 men whose faces were masked. They said also that though you must die, they were commanded to do me and this woman no harm, only to bind and silence us. This they did, then, having taken what money they could find, went out to waylay you. Afterwards I heard a scuffle in the arch and well nigh died of sorrow, for I who could neither warn nor help you, was sure that you were perishing beneath their knives." "For this deliverance, thank God," said Cyril, lifting up his hands. "Presently, presently," answered Marcus. "First follow me," and taking the lamp in his hand, he ran back to the archway. Beneath it a man lay upon his face, he across whom Marcus had stumbled, and about him blood flowed from many wounds. In silence they turned him over so that the light fell upon his features. Then Marcus staggered back amazed, for, behold! they were Caleb's, notwithstanding the blood and wounds that marred them, still dark and handsome in his death sleep. "Why," he said to Stephanus, "this is that very man whose bloody work, as they told us, the murderers came to do. It would seem that he has fallen into his own snare." "Are you certain, son?" asked Cyril. "Does not this gashed and gory cheek deceive you?" "Draw that hand of his from beneath the cloak," answered Marcus. "If I am right the first finger will lack a joint." Cyril obeyed and held up the stiffening hand. It was as Marcus had said. "Caught in his own snare," repeated Marcus. "Well, though I knew he hated me, and more than once we have striven to slay each other in battle and private fight, never would I have believed that Caleb the Jew would sink to murder. He is well repaid, the treacherous dog." "Judge not, that ye be not judged," answered Cyril. "What do you know of how or why this man came by his death? He may have been hurrying here to warn you." "Against his own paid assassins? No, father, I know Caleb better, only he was viler than I thought." Then they carried the body into the house and took counsel what they should do. While they reasoned together, for every path seemed full of danger, there came a knock upon the archway door. They hesitated, not knowing whether it would be safe to open, till the knock was repeated more loudly. "I will go, Lord," said Stephanus, "for why need I fear, who am of no account to anyone?" So he went, presently to return. "What is it?" asked Marcus. "Only a young man, who said that he had been strictly charged by his master, Demetrius the Alexandrian merchant, to deliver a letter at this hour. Here is the letter." "Demetrius, the Alexandrian merchant?" said Marcus as he took it. "Why, under that name Caleb who lies here dead passed in Rome." "Read the letter," said Cyril. So Marcus cut the silk, broke the seal, and read: To the noble Marcus. In the past I have worked you evil and often striven to take your life. Now it has come to my ears that Domitian, who hates you even worse than I do, if for less reason, has laid a plot to murder you on the threshold of your own house. Therefore, by way of amends for that evidence which I gave against you that stained the truth, since no braver man ever breathed than you are, Marcus, it has come into my mind to visit the palace fortunate wrapped in such a cloak as you Roman captains wear. There, before you read this letter, perhaps we shall meet again. Still, mourn me not, Marcus, nor speak of me as generous, or noble, since Miriam is dead, and I who have followed her through life desire to follow her through death, hoping that there I may find a kinder fortune at her hands, or if not, forgetfulness. You who will live long, must drink deep of memory, a bitterer cup. Marcus, farewell. Since die I must, I would that it had been in open fight beneath your sword, but fate, who has given me fortune, but no true favour, appoints me to the daggers of assassins that seek another heart. So be it. You tarry here, but I travel to Miriam. Why should I grumble at the road? Caleb. Written at Rome upon the night of my death. A brave man and a bitter, said Marcus when he had finished reading. No, my father, that I am more jealous of him now than ever I was in his life's days. Had it not been for you and your preaching, he added angrily, when he came to seek Miriam, he would have found me at her side. But now, how can I tell? Peace to your heathen talk, answered the bishop. Is the land of spirits then such as your poets picture, and do the dead turn to each other with eyes of earthly passion? Yet, he added more gently, I should not blame you who, like this poor Jew, from childhood have been steeped in superstitions. Have no fear of his rivalry in the heavenly fields, friend Marcus, where neither do they marry or are given in marriage, nor think that self-murder can help a man. What the end of all this tale may be does not yet appear. Still I am certain that yonder Caleb will take no gain in hurrying down to death, unless indeed he did it from a nobler motive than he says, as I for one believe. I trust that it may be so, answered Marcus, although in truth that another man should die for me gives me no comfort. Rather I would that he had left me to my doom. As God has willed so it has befallen, for man's goings are of the Lord. How then can a man understand his own way? Replied Cyril with a sigh. Now let us to other matters, for time is short and it comes upon me that you will do well to be clear of Rome before Domitian finds that Caleb fell in place of Marcus. Nearly 3 more months had gone when, at length, one night as the sun vanished, a galley crept wearily into the harbour of Alexandria and cast anchor just as the light of Pharos began to shine across the sea. Her passage through the winter gales had been hard, and for weeks at a time she had been obliged to shelter in harbours by the way. Now, short of food and water, she had come safely to her haven, for which mercy the bishop Cyril with the Roman Marcus and such other Christians as were aboard of her gave thanks to heaven upon their knees in their little cabin near the forecastle, for it was too late to attempt to land that night. Then they went on deck and, as all their food was gone and they had no drink except some stinking water, leaned upon the bulwarks and looked hungrily towards the shore, where gleamed the 1,000 lights of the mighty city. Near to them, not a bowshot away indeed, lay another ship. Presently, as they stared at her black outline, the sound of singing floated from her decks across the still, starlit waters of the harbour. They listened to it idly enough at first, till at length some words of that song reached their ears, causing them to look at each other. "That's no sailor's ditty," said Marcus. "No," answered Cyril, "it is a Christian hymn, and one that I know well. Listen. Each verse ends, 'Peace, be still.'" "Then," said Marcus, "yonder must be a Christian ship, else they would not dare to sing that hymn. The night is calm, let us beg the boat and visit it. I am thirsty, and those good folk may have fresh water." "If you wish," answered Cyril. "There too we may get tidings as well as water." A while later the little boat rowed to the side of the strange ship and asked leave to board of the watchman. "What sign do you give?" asked the officer. "The sign of the cross," answered Cyril. "We have heard your hymn who are of the Brotherhood of Rome." Then a rope ladder was thrown down to them and the officer bade them make fast and be welcome. They climbed upon the deck and went to seek the captain, who was in the after part of the ship, where an awning was stretched. In the space enclosed by this awning, which was lit with lanterns, stood a woman in a white robe, who sang the refrain of the hymn in a very sweet voice, others of the company, from time to time, joining in its choruses. "From the dead am I arisen," sang the voice, and there was something in the thrilling notes that went straight to the heart of Marcus, some tone and quality which were familiar. Side by side with Cyril he climbed onwards across the rowing benches, and the noise of their stumbling footsteps reached the singer's ears, caused her to pause in her song. Then stepping forward a little, as though to look, she came under the lantern so that its light fell full upon her face, and, seeing nothing, once more took up her chant. "O ye faithless, from the dead am I arisen." "Look, look!" gasped Marcus, clutching Cyril by the arm. "Look! It is Miriam, or her spirit." Another instant and he, too, had come into the circle of the lamplight, so that his eyes met the eyes of the singer. Now she saw him and, with a little cry, sank senseless to the deck. So the long story ended. Afterwards they learned that the tale which had been brought to Rome of the loss of the ship Luna was false. She had met the great gale, indeed, but had sheltered from it in a harbour, where the skill of her captain, Hector, brought her safely. Then she made her way to Sicily, where she refitted, and so on to one of the Grecian ports, in which she lay for 8 weeks waiting for better weather, till a favouring wind brought her somewhat slowly to Alexandria, a port she won only 2 days before the galley of Marcus. It would seem, therefore, that the vessel that had foundered in sight of the Imperatrix was either another ship also called the Luna, no uncommon name, or that the mariners of the Imperatrix had not heard her title rightly. It may have been even that the dying sailor who told it to them wandered in his mind, and forgetting how his last ship was called, gave her some name with which he was familiar. At the least, through the good workings of Providence, that Luna which bore Miriam and her company escaped the perils of the deep and in due time reached the haven of Alexandria. Before they parted that happy night all their tale was told. Miriam learned how Caleb had kept the promise that he made to her, although when he thought her dead his fierce and jealous heart would suffer him to tell nothing of it to Marcus. She learned also how it came about that Marcus had been saved from death at his own hand by Cyril and entered the company of the Christian Brotherhood. Very glad were both of them to think in the after years that he had done this believing her to be lost to him in death. Now none could say that he had changed his faith to win a woman, nor could their own consciences whisper to them that this was possible, though even at the time he knew it not. so they understood how through their many trials, dangers, and temptations all things had worked together for good to them. On the morrow, there in the ship Luna, Marcus and Miriam, whom the Romans called Pearl Maiden, were wedded by the bishop Cyril, the captain Gallus giving the bride in marriage, while the white-haired, fierce-eyed Nehushta stood at their side and blessed them in the name of that dead mother whose command